Chapter 893. Xiao Yan had a wicked sense of humor. He grabbed 2 pieces of the ruthless emperor's battle armor and shook them at Marquis Jinghuanhu, angering him to the point of vomiting blood. That was the treasure he'd used to build his family, the foundation of his life. At the same time, it was also Marquis Jinghuan's most intimate treasure. His feelings towards the ruthless emperor's battle armor were completely different from other magic treasures. There was a mysterious spiritual connection between him and the ruthless emperor's battle armor, and this connection became increasingly stable and clear as his cultivation increased. The ruthless emperor's teachings and martial arts divine arts he learned through the ruthless emperor's battle armor also became more complete. It was as if the two had always been one. This made Marquis Jinghuanhu's ambition grow. He felt that he was the master of this treasure, that he might very well be the reincarnation of the ruthless emperor. He wanted to erase the regrets of his previous life and once again conquer the divine continent. Because the ruthless emperor's battle armor had been too heavily damaged, Marquis Jinghuanhu didn't dare to use it carelessly. Instead, he gathered a large amount of resources and poured them into the treasure, hoping to restore it as soon as possible. Who knew that in the Battle of Yingxi, it would be destroyed by Xiao Yan's yin-yang burning heaven formation and 4-colored fire lotus. For Marquis Jinghuanhu, it was a heart-wrenching pain. For a moment, Marquis Jinghuanhu even felt that Xiao Yan destroying the ruthless emperor's battle armor was more unacceptable than killing him. Now that Xiao Yan had dangled the remains of the ruthless emperor's battle armor in front of him, he was even more enraged. He almost lost control of his mind and was swallowed by the golden samsara. With great difficulty, Marquis Jinghuanhu calmed his mind and gnashed his teeth at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan. Good, very good. You think you've won? Once this Marquis proves his nascent soul, I'll first refine your yuanying, physical body, and soul into the ruthless emperor's battle armor. I believe it'll be restored to its original state very quickly. I will keep a wisp of your broken soul, so that you can clearly see how I wear the ruthless emperor's battle suit that has refined your nascent soul and conquer the world and sweep across the world. One day, I will let you see clearly that all of your magical powers will be used by me. I will personally kill your people in Xianmen Tianzong, kill your fellow disciples, and let you see me conquer your woman. Xiao Yan sneered and looked at him with a fierce look. He said cheerfully, "Oh, I'm sorry, but you're destined not to get what you want. My body has already been refined into my soul. You can't escape. You, Marquis Jing." Huan's voice came to a screeching halt. He stared at Xiao Yan as if he had seen a ghost. What did you just say? Your primordial spirit. Xiao Yan smiled brightly. What's the problem? A taiji diagram appeared on his forehead. Marquis Jing. Huan's vision blurred for a moment before he saw a taiji diagram completely made of flames. It stretched across the void, and an incomparably terrifying power seemed to pass through the void. Just by staring at it, he felt a burning pain in his soul. Marquis Jing. Huan sucked in a breath of cold air, but he couldn't breathe. After a long while, he roared angrily, "Impossible! You were only at the mid-stage of yuanying in the Yingxi. You hadn't even mastered the manifestation of heaven and earth. It's only been a little over 2 years since that time in the Yingxi. Not to mention the fact that you've been in seclusion in the Grotto Heaven, where time is accelerated. Even if it's effective, how long have you been in seclusion for? How many times did your Xianmen Tianzong accelerate time in the Grotto Heaven? Could it be 1,000 times faster?" Xiao Yan sneered. "Oh, you really have the cheek to say that. You brought so many treasures with you, but I, who was at the mid-stage of yuanying, beat you into such a state. To think that you were still thinking about seeking revenge on me. Are you awake yet? Speaking of which, I have to thank you. It was after that battle with you that I reached the late stage of yuaning and mastered the manifestation of heaven and earth. Marquis Jing, Huan's face flushed red. Xiao Yan you, what do you mean? Xiao Yan smiled, as if nothing had happened. By the way, I'll tell you that among my senior and junior brothers, there are also 3 who have proven their primordial spirit, like me. Don't think about them. Marquis Jing, Huan's eyes widened. How is that possible? If it had only been Xiao Yan, he could have guessed that Xiao Yan had gotten lucky. But now that he heard that besides Xiao Yan, Zhu Yi, Wang Lin, and Shi Tianhao had also reached the Essence Soul stage, Marquis Jing Huan was dumbfounded. Xiao Yan smiled, looking at him rather interestedly. Looks like your current situation isn't that good either. You should worry more about yourself. Don't fail to form your primordial spirit, and instead your soul completely scatters. Moreover, to be honest, even if you reached the Essence Soul stage, you won't be able to defeat me with one hand. You'd better save it. Xiao Yan looked him up and down and pursed his lips. You weren't even a match for me when I fought your Essence Soul stage at the late stage of yuaning. My Essence Soul manifestation, fighting your Essence Soul manifestation, is pure bullying. I have no interest in that at all. If you can reach the Tao integration realm before I reach the Void Return realm, then I'll be interested in fighting you again. However, you don't look like someone who has that ability. Marquis Jing Huan, who was in the golden samsara vortex, trembled with anger. He looked at Xiao Yan with trembling lips, unable to speak for a long time. His mind became completely unstable. His remnant soul was constantly being crushed by the golden samsara, and he could no longer maintain it. Large amounts of light rushed out of his body and was absorbed by the golden samsara. Lin Feng didn't pay much attention to the conversation between Xiao Yan and Marquis Jing Huan. His eyes were fixed on the golden alms bowl, and his divine sense was communicating with the golden samsara. He already understood. Golden Cicada wanted Marquis Jing Huan's memories from his previous life. Due to the mystery of reincarnation, these memories were already extremely blurry and difficult to distinguish. It was difficult for outsiders to obtain them even by searching his soul. Even a mighty figure like Golden Cicada, who was well-versed in the Buddhist Dharma, couldn't directly extract accurate and clear information. He could only nurture Marquis Jing Huan and let him cultivate in the Buddhist Dharma. Then he would secretly tamper with it. When the time was right, he would strive for success. The mighty middle-aged man, with the appearance of a dragon and wolf in Marquis Jing Huan's memories, was naturally the last human emperor of the Divine Land during the primordial human emperor era, the Ruthless Emperor. Although there were few images of this emperor, Lin Feng had seen him before. This golden alms bowl wasn't originally the Ruthless Emperor's. Instead, it was an item of the Buddhist sect and not an ordinary Buddhist treasure. In the black area in the center of the light, there was an indistinct figure with a powerful Buddhist dharma and profound intent. Apart from the Buddha who had founded the Buddhist sect, there was no other almighty figure of the Buddhist sect since ancient times. This golden alms bowl was a treasure related to the Buddha. However, for some reason, it had fallen into the hands of the Ruthless Emperor. The Ruthless Emperor had refined it with a secret technique in an attempt to solve the mystery of the Buddha going to the Dead Sea. The black area in the center of the light contained great terror in its deathly stillness. It was like the end of the world, where all things returned to nothingness. Combined with the light and shadow of the Buddha, both the Ruthless Emperor and Lin Feng came to the same conclusion. That was the mysterious Dead Sea. Golden Cicada's plan was the same as the Ruthless Emperor's. He also wanted to solve the mystery of the Buddha going to the Dead Sea and never returning. He wanted to understand the Dead Sea, the most mysterious of the 7 seas of Tianyuan. This golden alms bowl was something that the Buddha had carried with him in the past. It was more likely that the Buddha had left some clues for his disciples, and it had a faint connection to the Dead Sea. However, after the ruthless emperor's secret technique, Golden Cicada couldn't open the mysteries hidden in the golden alms bowl using ordinary methods. If he tried to open it by force, he was worried that it would affect the original magical effects of the golden alms bowl. That was why he had turned his attention to Marquis Jing Huan. By now, Lin Feng had also understood Marquis Jing Huan's background. He looked at Marquis Jing Huan and shook his head. As expected, he isn't the reincarnation of the ruthless emperor. Instead, he's a strand of primordial spirit separated from the ruthless emperor's battle robe and integrated into a person's divine soul. They reincarnated together and existed specifically to repair the original body. In Marquis Jing Huan's memories, the perspective of the ruthless emperor studying the golden alms bowl had actually belonged to the ruthless emperor's battle robe. His words rang directly in Marquis Jing Huan's mind. Marquis Jing Huan's body trembled violently. He didn't even have time to distinguish Lin Feng's voice. He roared angrily, "Impossible! Impossible! If the ruthless emperor's battle robe's primordial spirit reincarnated, the artifact itself would be an empty shell. This is impossible. Impossible. I'm not. Marquis Jing Huan was in a daze. Although he refused to believe it and kept telling himself that everything Lin Feng said wasn't true, under the pressure of the golden samsara, the ruthless emperor's battle robe was still mysterious even though it had been destroyed. His connection with the ruthless emperor's battle robe had become even closer, allowing him to see his true self with unprecedented clarity. When a Mahayana artifact escaped calamity and reincarnated, it could directly transform into a human, but the artifact itself would become an empty shell. In the past, the ruthless emperor's battle robe was only one step away from becoming a creation artifact. The artifact's primordial spirit no longer manifested and gradually turned into a vast world's will. After the ruthless emperor's death and his own heavenly will was broken, he tried to separate a strand of his primordial spirit to reincarnate in order to help his main body recover in the future. This strand of primordial spirit fused with someone else's soul and didn't reincarnate alone. Thus, it couldn't be considered escaping calamity or taking over a magpie's nest. The two fused into one and shared the memories of their previous lives. The soul was still a human soul, but it had established a mysterious connection with the ruthless emperor's battle robe. Moreover, it had a natural sense of mission to repair the ruthless emperor's battle robe. This kind of reincarnation didn't just happen in one generation, but from generation to generation. Now, he had reincarnated into Marquis Jing Huan Liang and continued to repair the ruthless emperor's battle robe. This was also why Marquis Jing Huan felt a natural affinity with the ruthless emperor's battle robe. He had thought that he was a destined emperor who had reincarnated to make up for the regrets of his previous life and rule the world once more. Who would have thought that he was just a tool used by a magic treasure to repair himself? To put it bluntly, he was just half a clone refined from a magic treasure. This discovery made Marquis Jing Huan feel dizzy for a moment. He felt as if the world was collapsing and his worldview was shattering. Impossible. I'm not. Marquis Jing Huan shook his head stiffly. His eyes were hollow as countless scenes flashed through his mind. Although he was Liang Pan's illegitimate son, he was one of the top experts of the great Zhou dynasty's younger generation. He was blessed with great fortune, and many times, not only did he escape death, there were also great opportunities waiting for him, making him stronger and stronger. Even the #1 holy land in the world, the Taishu Temple, valued him and extended an olive branch to him. The ruthless emperor's martial path, the Tai Emperor's martial path, the Taishu Temple's martial path, and the great thunderclap temple's martial path were all passed down to him. At such a young age, he had conquered cities and conquered lands, becoming the #1 person of the great Zhou dynasty's younger generation. He carried countless treasures with him, and many magic treasures submitted to him, a Yuanian cultivator. It was as if it was the will of the heavens. He took many beauties into his private residence and enjoyed them for himself. If he had to find a place in the world with the most beauties, it would not be the Great Zhou Imperial Palace or the Great Qin Imperial Palace, but his own backyard. The world was vast, and everything he wanted was within his grasp. Even if he could not obtain it for now, he was confident that he would eventually obtain it. What should have been an incomparably clear and real matter suddenly became illusory. Everything, including the meaning of his life, seemed to be in service of one thing: to repair a magic treasure that he had originally viewed as a tool. He was actually that tool. In an instant, Marquis Jing, Huan felt as if the entire world before him had become unreal. Chapter 894. Before this moment, Marquis Jinghuan had thought that even if he'd suffered defeat after defeat at the hands of Xianmen Tianzong, even if he'd been slain by Xiao Yan and narrowly escaped death, even if he'd been trapped by Golden Cicada with ill intentions, all of this had been nothing more than a trial on his path of destiny. The more difficult the trial was, the greater his future would be as long as he could overcome this hurdle, and he'd be able to fly higher and further. But now, he only felt that everything in the past had become unreal, as if it were all a dream. After a long period of absent-mindedness, he erupted with hysteria. No, impossible. All of this is an illusion created by Golden Cicada, not my true past memories. Even if it's true, I can definitely defy the heavens and change my fate. I can change everything. That's right, everything is different now. The ruthless Emperor's battle armor has been completely destroyed. This Marquis's ill-fated fate with the past has been completely severed. From now on, this Marquis's fate is in my own hands. That bullshit, ruthless Emperor's battle armor has nothing to do with me. Don't even think about interfering with me. As for the person who destroyed the ruthless Emperor's battle armor, it was the person he hated the most, Xiao Yan. He naturally threw this matter to the back of his mind. Everything is different now. This Marquis has completely broken free from the shackles of the past. My luck will definitely turn for the better. The heavens are with me. This Marquis will definitely change everything. Marquis Jinghuan's eyes were scarlet red. The imperishable imperial flag, the ancient emperor's saber, the frosty moonlight ruler, the god-slaying puppet. I will definitely take back everything that belonged to this Marquis in the past. The Haoqian Mirror, the immortal Dragon City, the Grand Imperial Palace, the immortal Heaven Sword, the Taishu Temple. One day, these treasures will all belong to this Marquis, Yan Mingyue, Long Yi, Xiao Zhen, the Flame Fox King, the Black Phoenix. One day, these beauties will all belong to this Marquis. Golden Cicada, Xiao Yan, Liang Pan, Zhu Hongwu, Stonefeather, Yan Nanlai, Quang Heng, Xian Longshen, even the Mystic Gate's master, Lin Feng. One day, this Marquis will trample all of them under my feet. Marquis Jinghuan repeatedly muttered, one day, one day, one day, Suddenly, his words were stuck in his throat, and he could not continue. He watched in shock as the golden samsara surrounding him gradually disappeared. However, not only did he not escape, but his soul was also being worn away along with the golden samsara. Marquis Jinghuan's eyes were filled with horror. He immediately knew that Golden Cicada's secret technique had ended. Originally, when the mystic art ended, he would at most be trapped in the alms bowl. However, Marquis Jinghuan's desperate struggle had caused some changes to the mystic art's ritual. If Golden Cicada had left him alone, he might have been able to resurrect completely with the help of a mystic technique. He might even have had a chance of attaining a primordial soul. But before this, his state of mind had been in chaos, and he had completely lost control of himself. Instead, it had led to a change in the secret art that had occurred beyond his expectations. At this moment, Marquis Jinghuan's remnant soul was actually gradually being assimilated by the golden alms bowl. Although he had not died, his life was worse than death. He could not leave this golden alms bowl for the rest of his life, but he was not the artifact spirit of the alms bowl and could not control it. He was simply bound to the alms bowl and had to listen to the control of the alms bowl's master. No, no, no. Marquis Jinghuan was finally afraid. Because he had been assimilated by the golden alms bowl, his soul was rapidly recovering. However, his cultivation would remain at its current state for the rest of his life. After regaining his perception of the outside world, Marquis Jinghuan immediately saw Lin Feng. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Feng did not even look at him. With a wave of his sleeve, he put away the golden alms bowl. All that was left was Marquis Jinghuan's anguished wail. After Lin Feng had seen the image of the ruthless emperor studying the alms bowl through the golden alms bowl, he had put it away. He had never taken Marquis Jinghuan to heart. To him, Marquis Jinghuan was just a backup item for his disciple. So although he knew about Marquis Jinghuan's situation, he did not care. When he returned to the mountain and finished exploring the mysteries of the golden alms bowl, he would toss the treasure and Marquis Jinghuan over to Xiao Yan so that Xiao Yan could slowly play with them. However, when the time came, Xiao Yan would probably not be interested. Perhaps he would be tossed to the younger disciples. Then Lin Feng would not care. In any case, this guy would not be able to overturn the heavens. After putting away the golden alms bowl and the cicada wings that Golden Cicada had used to set up the array, Lin Feng pondered for a moment and nodded in satisfaction. Although it was still not easy to find Golden Cicada, it would also be difficult for him to escape this time. He turned to look at the other side and saw that Shi Tianhao was already fighting with the great sage Jiuying. This great demon was truly extraordinary. His demonic power and magical abilities were astonishing. In the heat of the battle, he was able to suppress Shi Tianhao, who had just entered the primordial soul realm. Demons did not refine Dharma treasures. Their true forms were their best weapons. This was especially true after they cultivated to the primordial true spirit realm and became more closely integrated with heaven and earth. When they revealed their true forms, their strength would most likely surpass that of human cultivators of the same realm. When human cultivators cultivated to the Dharma body of the void return realm, they pursued a world of their own. Compared to the original boundless world, this world was still the beginning. However, just like how humans in the mortal world created all kinds of tools and weapons to fight against ferocious beasts, human cultivators could control Dharma treasures. With a handy Dharma treasure, they would not be afraid of great demons of the same realm. The power of the Dharma treasure depended on the power of the Dharma treasure. Sometimes the combination of human and Dharma treasures would boost each other's Dharma power, producing an effect that was greater than two. Of course, there were also human cultivators with powerful magical powers who could defeat great demons of the same realm empty-handed. They could even challenge great demons of a higher realm than them. However, such cases were relatively rare. In the end, the outcome of the battle depended on the specific situation and could not be generalized. However, Lin Feng's disciples were all strong in the face of strong opponents. Shi Tianhao was also very experienced in fighting with demons. Although it was dangerous to fight with the nine-headed fierce beast sage, the latter had to be careful. In fact, the nine-headed fierce beast sage was even more shocked. Although he recognized Lin Feng, he did not know much about Shi Tianhao. The battle on Mount Shu in the Divine Land had been earth-shattering. Many great demons of the vast land of infinite wilderness had been alarmed, so it was impossible for them not to pay attention to it. However, it was difficult for the demons to obtain information about the specific process of the battle on Jade Capital Mountain. Therefore, when the nine-headed fierce beast sage saw that Shi Tianhao, who was only at the primordial spirit incarnation realm, was so fierce that he could fight head-on with the star soul integration realm, the nine-headed fierce beast sage could not help but tremble. Wang Lin held the Xiantian God-sealing banner and watched silently from the side, which already put pressure on the nine-headed fierce beast sage. Even if Lin Feng was not looking in his direction, the nine-headed fierce beast sage was still trembling. Now that Lin Feng had put away the golden alms bowl and looked over, the nine-headed fierce beast sage's heart sank even more. Capture him and let him be your practice partner in the future. Now, let's go find that old man, Golden Cicada. Lin Feng smiled slightly. His fingers formed a sword, and a heaven-punishing sword chi shot out. Shi Tianhao immediately retreated. The nine-headed fierce beast sage wanted to escape, but the gray sword aura was already in front of him. The ferocious and murderous sword that could destroy everything terrified the nine-headed fierce beast sage, who had always been cruel. The nine-headed fierce beast sage let out a shrill howl. 7 stars surged together, trying to gather together to resist. But Lin Feng's seemingly unhurried movements were already in front of him in an instant, and his sword pierced through a star. Although the star had been refined by the nine-headed fierce beast sage and merged with his own demon soul, it was still a star. How magnificent was the power of a star! But when Lin Feng stabbed it with his sword, the star instantly dimmed like a small flame that flickered and then went out. Lin Feng's sword pierced through the star without the slightest hindrance. It pointed at one of the nine-headed fierce beast sage's snake-like heads. The nine-headed fierce beast sage's original form was powerful and had an extremely strong defense. Previously, Shi Tianhao had only been able to leave a slight wound on the nine-headed fierce beast sage with the divine light of finality, or by stimulating his physical body to stab with the stone sword. But now, Lin Feng's sword directly pierced through the head. The sword aura continued downward and pierced through the snake's long neck. The other 8 heads of the nine-headed fierce beast sage howled in unison. Although there was only a small bloody hole in the head that had been pierced, it seemed to have lost all its vitality. It hung limply like a broken rag doll. And this was because Lin Feng's sword momentum had not been completely exhausted. Otherwise, the sword aura would have pierced the nine-headed fierce beast sage's abdomen directly. Even if he did not die, he would be half dead. Lin Feng wielded his sword with his right hand and reached out with his left hand. He had already grasped the Duda doppelganger that the nine-headed fierce beast sage had refined. Although I don't know why your real body and doppelganger are together, it's a good opportunity for me to catch them all in one fell swoop. Lin Feng said lightly, I can see through most of the mystery of Golden Cicada's cultivation of Buddhist Dharma with his demon body, but there are still some tricks that I don't understand. I can lend them to you to take a look. I don't want to be ruthless. Otherwise, I would have cut off 8 of your heads and left only 1. You'd better calm down. The nine-headed fierce beast sage fell silent. After a long while, a voice came through his divine sense. I don't know where Master is. I don't need you to know. Lin Feng said indifferently. He captured the nine-headed fierce beast sage along with his doppelganger, and then left scenic Cloud Marsh with Shi Tianhao, Wang Lin, and the others, while trying to figure out the nine-headed fierce beast sage's Dharma doppelganger. Lin Feng followed the cicada-winged golden alms bowl to search for Golden Cicada. The more he learned about the Dharma doppelganger of the demon clan, the deeper Lin Feng's understanding of Golden Cicada. among the human cultivators or the great sages of the demon clan in the Dharma-ending realm, there were definitely people who could defeat Golden Cicada in terms of actual combat. But in terms of the ability to resurrect the dead, combined with the Buddhist Dharma, the way of karma, and his own innate magical powers, Golden Cicada was definitely one of the top few experts of the same realm and strength. In other words, among opponents of the same strength, Golden Cicada was one of the most difficult to kill. Some people could defeat him, but defeating him did not necessarily mean that they could kill him. To kill him, they either had a unique technique that could restrain his cicada's shedding of carapace, or they had to crush him with a considerable gap in strength. Otherwise, he would most likely escape. But for Golden Cicada, who was in the Dharma-ending realm, there were really not many people who could crush him. For Lin Feng, such an opponent was not difficult to deal with, but rather annoying. As he flew, Lin Feng suddenly received a voice transmission using Dharma power. It was from Tuntun's father, the Taotai sage. Sect Master Lin, Golden Cicada has spread the news that you've entered the infinite wilderness. The entire infinite wilderness knows that you've come. I'm afraid that many big demons will come looking for you. Lin Feng chuckled. He had already expected such a situation when he failed to stop Golden Cicada the first time. It was actually not bad for him. It would make it easier for him to find Golden Cicada. Chapter 895. I know what happened. Tao Tai Great Sage, thank you for your kindness. Please help me spread the news. Lin Feng was grateful that Tao Tai Sage was willing to send a message. After ending the communication with Tao Tai Sage, Lin Feng continued to search for Golden Cicada by following the cicada-winged golden alms bowl. As expected, Lin Feng was gradually approaching the border of the Spirit Abyss Mountain. The Spirit Abyss Mountain was a sacred land of infinite wasteland. It was extremely suitable for the demon race to cultivate. The demon race that occupied this place was the primordial demonic ape race. The primordial demonic ape race was a powerful race second only to the primordial celestial dragon race in the ancient primordial era. Like the dragon race, the ape race was also formed from various branches, such as the extreme spirit monkey, Juyen demonic ape, heaven demonic ape, and so on. In the early ancient times, the master of the dragon race, Jiahuang Xianshang, died. The experts of the dragon race also died in battle. The dragon race fell into unprecedented weakness. It was then that the primordial demonic ape race rose, gradually becoming the new monarch of the demon race in infinite wasteland. Afterwards, in the middle of the primordial age, the ape race produced a spiritual divine monkey known as the Divine Abyss Spiritual Divine Monkey. Its strength was unparalleled, and it reigned supreme. It was one of the 3 strongest saint kings in the history of the heaven primal world, the extreme King Divine Abyss. It was also during the era of Jihuang Xinyuan's rule that the primordial demonic ape race reached its peak and ran amok in the great heaven primordial world. Ever since ancient times, the barren ancient star sea had fallen into the hands of the human race. It was only during the reign of the extreme Emperor's Divine Abyss that the human race had reclaimed it. That battle was the most one-sided battle, with the greatest disparity in victory and defeat in all of the wars between the 2 realms. It wasn't until the war between the 2 worlds in the Middle Era that the extreme Emperor's Divine Abyss fell, that the race of the primordial devil apes gradually went downhill. They were surpassed by the Yudu race that rose up later, and the dragon race that concealed their strength. In the recent thousands of years, just like how the dragon race had mostly lived in seclusion in the profound sea, the primordial demonic ape race had mostly lived in seclusion in their ancestral land, the Spirit Abyss Mountain. Only in the past few years had they reappeared in the world on a large scale, causing the heavenly desolate continent to surge. Golden Cicada had been famous for a long time and had been active since ancient times. The demon emperor, who ruled over vast Tianhuang continent at that time was Jihuang Xinyuan. The Golden Cicada Sage was one of the great demons under Jihuang Xinyuan's command. With this connection, Golden Cicada would naturally choose a secluded place within the spiritual Abyss Mountain sphere of influence. Firstly, he was familiar with the land, and secondly, he was familiar with the people. However, he would definitely not get too close to the Spirit Abyss Mountain. After all, the current leader of the Spirit Abyss Mountain was a Tongtian demonic ape. He had never been on good terms with the ape and had even chased him off the Spirit Abyss Mountain in the past. Although he was chased down the mountain, he still had people he was familiar with in the ape clan, so he could still find a secret place to hide outside of the Spirit Abyss Mountain and within the ape clan's sphere of influence. Now, although the Golden Cicada Sage had also reached the Dharma-ending realm, he was still alone. It would be very difficult for him to fight the Tongtian demonic ape head-on. However, this old cicada had always been crafty. He knew that Lin Feng could vaguely sense his location, so he had the intention of using Lin Feng to kill him with a borrowed knife. He wanted to make Lin Feng stir up trouble in the Spirit Abyss Mountain. Although the Tongtian demonic ape was not on good terms with him, the relationship between the primordial demonic ape clan and the human clan was even worse. When they saw Lin Feng, the demonic ape clan would probably not want to join forces with Lin Feng to deal with him. Instead, they would first kill Lin Feng, who dared to go up the mountain. When Shi Tianhao was in vast Tianhuang continent, he had been besieged by a few six-horned divine apes. In the end, he killed a few of them. One of them was a late-stage demon king, six-horned divine ape. It was a rising star of the demonic ape clan in the Spirit Abyss Mountain and was highly regarded by the elders. This matter caused quite a stir in the Spirit Abyss Mountain. Lin Feng and Shi Tianhao were also aware of it. Therefore, it was definitely not a smooth journey to the Spirit Abyss Mountain. Of course, Golden Cicada also had to take precautions in case Lin Feng and the demonic apes of the Spirit Abyss Mountain temporarily joined forces to deal with him first. Therefore, he also revealed Lin Feng's whereabouts and attracted other great demons to the Spirit Abyss Mountain to cause trouble for Lin Feng. Not to mention others, the Dragon Clan, which was the strongest race in vast Tianhuang continent and was even more powerful than the demonic ape clan, had a bad relationship with Lin Feng. In the beginning, it was because Xianmen Tianzong and the Great Qin dynasty were on good terms. The Great Qin dynasty's creation Dharma treasure, the immortal dragon city, was first made from one of the ancestors of the dragon clan, ancestral dragon Songning. This was a great humiliation to the Dragon Clan. In the previous war between the two worlds, the Dragon Clan knew that the Great Qin dynasty had reclaimed the immortal dragon city. The Dragon Clan had specifically targeted the Great Qin dynasty. If not for the other human experts coming to help, West Hill City would have been almost destroyed. However, the immortal dragon city, which had not been completely refined, was heavily damaged. After the war, the Great Qin dynasty had to invest large amounts of resources to repair it. Even the Dragon Clan in the Taishu Temple's Grand Supreme Dragon Pond was quite dissatisfied with the Great Qin dynasty. Xianmen Tianzong and the Great Qin dynasty were on good terms. It seemed that Jieyu, White Light, and the others had been together for a long time, so they could adjust their mentality. However, while the Dragon Clan in vast Tianhuang continent hated the Great Qin dynasty, they did not have a good impression of Lin Feng and his disciple. Later on, Lin Feng had taken over the Scarlet Thunder Dragon King's body and refined it into Brontosaurus's doppelganger. Just as the Dragon Clan in vast Tianhuang continent ended, the news was secretly spread to vast Tianhuang continent by someone with ulterior motives. At that time, some Dragon Clan experts expressed their desire to take revenge. However, Because Lin Feng was in the divine land, they were worried that they would be besieged by human experts, so they held back. Today, Lin Feng had come to vast Tianhuang continent. Naturally, they had to find trouble with Lin Feng. The situation had become complicated, but Lin Feng was in a good mood, although many people would be involved, whether it was the Dragon Clan entering the Spirit Abyss Mountain or the Ape Clan dealing with him. It would actually be more beneficial for him to force Golden Cicada out of his hiding place. Golden Cicada was also well aware of this. Everyone had their pros and cons. As for who would have the last laugh, it would depend on their own means. Although it was said that two worlds were facing each other now, with the human race and the demon race standing side by side. In fact, dating back to the primordial era, it should be said that hundreds of races existed side by side, or even thousands of races. At the end of the day, different demon races were also different races. It was just that their cultivation methods were the same, and they were at odds with the human race. Therefore, after the ancient times, the medieval times, and even the present era, the concept of the demon race gradually came into being. However, the wariness and personal enmity between them would only be more serious than between the major forces of the human race. To the human race, the demon race could be said to be full of treasures. Many of the raw materials or embryos of Dharma treasures were even taken from the true bodies of the demon race. However, on the other hand, after devouring the essence spirits, flesh, and souls of human mighty figures and digesting them, it was also a great supplement for the demon race experts. To the demon race experts, devouring and refining the flesh, blood, and souls of other demons was also a great supplement. It was not only the Tao Tai that devoured other demons. The demon race often attacked each other, but most of the other demons' digestive abilities were not as outstanding as the Tao Tai. For many great demons, Golden Cicada's flesh and blood were very attractive because Golden Cicada's supernatural power was very unique. Although the cicada's shedding of carapace was not like Lin Feng's mysterious heavenly escape or Taishu Temple's universal Taishu mystic light, which could completely avoid the Dharma-ending tribulation, it was also quite mysterious. Because of this supernatural power, Golden Cicada, who had completely passed the initial tribulation and reached the Dharma-ending realm, was one of the people who could withstand the Dharma-ending tribulation the most among the experts of the same realm. Mighty figures whose combat strength was above his might not be able to withstand as many Dharma-ending tribulation as he did. For Golden Cicada, his strongest combat method was actually to fight with others against the Dharma-ending tribulation. This was his strength, but no matter how much he could resist it, when the Dharma-ending tribulation really came to him, he would not feel good. Therefore, Golden Cicada would not use this method of killing 1,000 people at the expense of 800 people. During the reign of Ji Huang Xinyuan, Golden Cicada had not gone through the tribulation, so it was not very useful for others to devour his flesh and blood, so no one thought about it. But now, Golden Cicada had reached the Dharma-ending realm, and he suddenly became a hot commodity. If he devoured the flesh and blood of a great demon at the peak of the astral soul fusion realm, the success rate and safety of his tribulation would be greatly increased. Or if he devoured the flesh and blood of a great demon who had survived the tribulation, he would recover from the degeneration tribulation in a very short time, and his demonic power would return to its peak. Naturally, a great demon in the realm of astral soul oneness could not do anything to Golden Cicada, let alone take his flesh and blood. However, other great demons in the realm of Dharma ending had to fight for the welfare of their subordinates. Therefore, Golden Cicada had been in hiding all these years, carefully hiding his whereabouts. He would only appear occasionally to avoid being surrounded and hunted by other great demons. This demon's ability to escape was indeed heaven-defying, and he was also cautious, so he was still alive and well until now. Therefore, Lin Feng was not annoyed by Golden Cicada's revelation that he had come to infinite wilderness. His response was very simple. If you reveal it, I'll reveal it too. He would also spread the news that he was here to find Golden Cicada, and that he had clues to find Golden Cicada. He would announce Golden Cicada's general location to the public. Although there was still a possibility of conflict with other great demons, these great demons could also help him dig out the old cicada that liked to drill into the ground faster. Along the way, he saw a mountain range suddenly appear on the horizon. It was rather special, the top of the mountain, and the slopes were pure, white, crystal clear, and translucent. Upon closer inspection, there were many strange white jades on the surface of the mountain. They were lustrous and dazzling, overflowing with spiritual chi that was intoxicating. At the foot of the mountain was a fiery red. Blazing fire chi soared into the sky like a sea of fire or a sea of magma. It was not a real flame, but the condensation of a mineral vein. The fire elemental spiritual chi was oppressive, and the mineral vein was directly exposed on the surface. It was an extremely high-quality red smelting fire copper mine with a huge reserve. Red smelting fire copper, dark light enigmatic iron, evil warding purple gold, and other materials were collectively known as the 6 great rare metals of heaven and earth. They were excellent materials for human cultivators to refine artifacts, especially for refining weapons and magic treasures. The red smelting fire copper mine at the foot of this mountain range might not be the largest in the entire heaven primordial world, but its quality was almost the best. Seeing that the mountain was full of white jade and the mountain range was full of fire copper, Lin Feng immediately understood. So we've arrived at Xiaozi Mountain. Xiaozi Mountain, west of Lingyuan Mountain, was the habitat of the Zhuyan demonic apes among the apes. During a war between the two worlds in the Middle Era, the Shu Mountain Sword Sect had ambushed this place for the red smelting fire copper mine of Xiaozi Mountain. The sword ancestor, Ren Changmei, had killed the leader of the Zhuyan tribe at that time with the celestial heavenly sword. In the end, as soon as they retreated, they were chased by Jihuang Xinyuan to Shu Mountain and were almost annihilated. The Zhuyan tribe had always been a strong tribe among the primordial demonic apes. The current Zhuyan Great Sage was the second in command of the primordial demonic ape tribe. Chapter 896. Lin Feng did not deliberately keep a high profile, nor did he deliberately hide his aura. Along the way, his divine sense kept sweeping the places he passed, searching for Golden Cicada. As soon as he stepped into the boundary of the lesser secondary mountain, the mountain range, which was made of white jade and fiery copper, shook slightly. Then, a huge, illusory light shadow shrouded the mountain range. The light shadow looked like an ape with a white head and red feet, somewhat similar to the color of the lesser secondary mountain. Its 4 crimson limbs propped up on the ground like burning flames. Its body was incomparably huge, as if it could support the heavens and the earth. A pair of crimson eyes flashing with blue light stared silently at Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at him, as expected of the current Zhuyan sage. Judging from the fluctuations of his demonic aura, I'm afraid he has already begun to experience the tribulation. I wonder if he has completely completed the first tribulation? It was rumored that when Zhuyan appeared, there would be war. At this moment, Lin Feng could feel a restless aura pervading the air, encouraging all living beings in the world to fight fiercely with each other. This was similar to the power of the Azura Saber's killing intent. However, one was encouraging people to kill each other, while the other was simply fighting. There was a slight difference. However, the bewitching aura exuded by Zhuyan Sage was much thicker than that of the Azura Saber. They were not on the same level at all. Zhuyan Sage stared at Lin Feng and said, "Are you Lin Feng, the master of the divine land of Xianmen Tianzong? Have you come for Golden Cicada? Lin Feng smiled faintly. Since Zhuyan Sage already knows, do you have any information for me? Great Saint Zhu Yan cracked his mouth, revealing his snow-white teeth. Although he was just a mass of light and shadow, there seemed to be hot air spewing out from his bloody mouth that could swallow the heavens and devour the earth, making the area around the small mountain even hotter and hotter. Although you have never participated in the war between the two realms, you are a human after all. Our Zhuyan race has never been on good terms with the human race. The great sage Zhu Yan said through his spiritual consciousness. However, the human tribe we hate the most is the Mount Shu Sword sect. You have broken the fairy heaven sword and flattened Mount Shu. Even though you are fighting among yourselves, we still want to say that we are happy. Golden Cicada is good at hiding. This time, even with the general location provided by Your Excellency, it won't be that easy to find. I also want to get some flesh and blood from this old friend to nourish the children of the clan. Lin Feng said calmly, I destroyed the immortal heaven with my sword to settle the grudge between me and Shushan. I had no intention of doing anything else. If you find Golden Cicada and have news for me, I will save myself some time. If you don't have any news, I will spend more time on my own. Golden Cicada kidnapped my grand disciple while I was in seclusion. I came to Infinite Mainland this time to settle the score with him. Golden Cicada's flesh and blood were mainly for the demon race to undergo the tribulation. It was not very useful for human cultivators. However, just because Lin Feng did not want it did not mean that he would give it to the demon race and let them grow stronger for nothing. The great sage Zhu Yan naturally knew this. When the time came, it would depend on who would come out on top. Moreover, Golden Cicada was not easy to deal with. It would be extremely difficult to deal with this old Ji. After all, the six-horned divine monkey tribe and my Zhuyan race are of the same origin. Your disciple killed the six-horned great sage's grand disciple. There is no need for me to risk my life to avenge him, but I have to give the Tongtian sect an explanation. The great sage Zhu Yan said, I have long heard that the master of the Xianmen sect is the #1 among the rising human cultivators in the divine land in recent years. Sun-chasing Zhu Yan is untalented, so I would like to have a spar with you. The Blue Sky Dragon King will be here soon. If you defeat me, I will stop him for you and help you find Golden Cicada. If you find Golden Cicada, you will have the priority to deal with him. If you lose, there is no need to say anything else. If you find Golden Cicada, you can take back your grand disciple, but you have to hand Golden Cicada to me. Among the primordial demonic apes, the six-horned divine monkey and the Tongtian demonic ape were very close, but not the Zhuyan demonic ape. The great sage Zhu Yan would not fight to the death with Lin Feng for the sake of a junior like the six-horned divine monkey. Regardless of the outcome, asking Lin Feng to hand over Shi Tianhao would definitely result in a fight to the death. Therefore, the great sage Zhu Yan thought that even if he won, he would not try to ask Lin Feng to hand over Shi Tianhao. To him, Golden Cicada's flesh and blood were much more important. Lin Feng's illustrious reputation in the divine land was not earned with words, but with his fists. Although he rarely set foot in the infinite wilderness, he was equally infamous. In any case, the demon world and the human world had been at war for so many years. Even if they did not personally witness Lin Feng's actual strength, they knew the general strength of the Mount Shu Sword sect, as well as the strength of the Celestial Heaven Sword, the Taiyuan Palace, the Immortal Dragon City, and the Taishu Temple. If the Tongtian demonic ape, the current leader of the apes, was here, and he was standing on the main peak of the Spirit Abyss Mountain, the ancestral land of the apes, great sage Zhu Yan might have a different opinion. However, the great sage had gone to attack the Taihua mountain of the Taishu temple and had yet to return. Great sage Zhu Yan would naturally not fight to the death with Lin Feng alone. As for the Blue Sky Dragon King, he was the leader of the Blue Dragon tribe of the primordial celestial dragons in the Black Sea. The Blue Dragon tribe and the Brontosaurus had a close relationship. After learning that Lin Feng had come to the infinite wilderness, the Blue Sky Dragon King immediately rushed over. Lin Feng could roughly determine Golden Cicada's location through the Cicada Golden Alms Bowl, and Golden Cicada could also roughly determine Lin Feng's location. Otherwise, Golden Cicada would have been surrounded by Great Sage Zhu Yan and the others. As far as Great Sage Zhu Yan knew, the Blue Sky Dragon King was only the vanguard, and the experts of the Dragon tribe would come later. After learning that Lin Feng had come to the infinite wilderness, many big demons expressed a warm welcome to him. As soon as Great Sage Zhu Yan finished speaking, the giant ape silhouette that shrouded the sky above the small world mountains suddenly let out a long hiss, and the sky suddenly split open. At the level that Lin Feng and the others were at, the spatial distance was no longer of much significance. Their magical powers were unleashed, and their huge bodies could change tens of thousands of miles, hundreds of thousands of miles, millions of miles, or even tens of millions of miles at will. They could even fill the galaxy and universe with a thought. The immortal Dragon City looked like the great wall that stretched millions of miles across the void, but in fact, as long as one wanted to, its length could really exceed time and space, with no end. In the eyes of Lin Feng and the others, there was no concept of height and length most of the time. However, now that Great Sage Zhu Yan let out a long hiss, the dark void was revealed. The giant ape silhouette used all four of its claws and climbed up as if stepping on an invisible staircase. Its claws danced with fire, leaving behind flaming footprints that lingered in the void. Lin Feng stared at the staircase that seemed to be completely non-existent, and he had a new concept of height. He felt that Great Sage Zhu Yan was climbing higher and higher, as if he was above the universe and overlooking the world. Is he trying to see who can climb higher than me? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw this. In many people's view, this was a way to expose one's own shortcomings and make people laugh at a monkey for being a monkey. But that was because people thought that they were more advanced than monkeys, so they would laugh at monkeys, and the saying that monkeys were crowned as monkeys came about. However, for a big demon like Great Sage Zhu Yan, it was uncertain who was more advanced than who, so he naturally did not feel that there was anything wrong with his behavior. On the contrary, he attached great importance to the battle with Lin Feng. So he used the method that he was best at to increase his chances of winning. Lin Feng naturally understood Great Sage Zhu Yan's thinking. He did not laugh at Great Sage Zhu Yan because of this, but it did not mean that he would compete according to the rules set by Great Sage Zhu Yan. He had no intention of capturing and killing Great Sage Zhu Yan to extort a confession by torture. That would be too much of a waste of time, and it would also be a joke to Golden Cicada. This time, Lin Feng came to the vast land of infinite wilderness alone, and he had no intention of going back quietly. But first, he had to find Zhou Yunsong and bring him back. Then, even if it meant going all out, he would wander around the demon realm. Although he knew that Zhou Yunsong was safe and sound at the moment, Golden Cicada could not have kidnapped him, a cultivator of the Golden Elixir period, to treat him to a meal. How could Lin Feng allow Golden Cicada to make trouble for him? Looking at the invisible stairs and flaming footprints under Great Sage Zhu Yan's feet, Lin Feng already knew the challenge. On the one hand, it was a competition to see who could climb higher in the control of the mysteries of space-time and the changes of magic power. On the other hand, if Lin Feng moved now, the condensed flaming footprints left by Great Sage Zhu Yan in the void would also become an obstacle for Lin Feng. Stepping on the sky and walking in the void seemed simple. A cultivator of the Golden Elixir period or a demon commander who had formed the demon corps could do it. But when they stepped on the void, it was completely different from what Great Sage Xu Yan was doing at the moment. Step by step, Great Sage Xu Yan walked up. Every step seemed to transcend time and space. It was extremely mysterious, as if he was walking on the universe and the river of time. Even some human tribe Dao integration stage cultivators or demon tribe greater demons who had fused their astral souls into one wouldn't even be able to take a single step forward, let alone compete with him. They could only watch on helplessly as they took a single step forward with nowhere to land. The lingering flaming footprints in the void seemed to be the power of Great Sage Xu Yan's step. At the moment, they seemed to be condensed and not released, but if the power of any of the footprints really exploded, it would be like the sky and earth collapsing. What Great Sage Xu Yan meant was a civil competition, not a real fight. But for Lin Feng, a civil competition and a martial competition were the same. There was no difference. He stood calmly in the same place and did not move his feet. He just stretched out his right hand and grabbed the invisible stairs under Great Sage Xu Yan's feet. Suddenly, the space-bounded domain kept compressing and twisting as if it had turned into an invisible hand and grabbed the stairs under Great Sage Xu Yan's feet. It was the heavenly capture technique derived from Lin Feng's heavenly realm barrier technique. After grabbing the stairs, Lin Feng's eyes were as calm as water, as if the river of time was flowing. But at this moment, the river seemed to be flowing slower and slower, as if it had fallen into a state of stagnation. The invisible hand that was grabbing the stairs suddenly emitted a layer of chaotic and hazy brilliance, spreading to the surroundings. Everything became hazy and unclear, as if there was only a dim grayish white left. It was the celestial ultimate cosmic light. After Lin Feng returned to the void realm, he could also use this technique that exhausted the changes of the great way of time. Being grabbed by the heavenly capture technique that was enhanced with the celestial aura of eternity, the stairs under Great Sage Xu Yan's feet shook violently, as if they were about to disintegrate into nothingness. In Great Sage Xu Yan's blood-red eyes, green light surged wildly. In the void, the light shadow of the giant ape that seemed to be stepping on the heavens suddenly began to materialize. It turned out to be his true form. Chapter 897. An invisible giant hand grabbed the space-time stairway beneath Great Saint Julian's feet. The chaotic and hazy light of the cosmic pole spread around and kept extending. Everything in the world that came into contact with this light seemed to lose its color. The drifting clouds in the sky froze like pieces of rocks suspended in the air. The shining stars in the void above all stopped flashing and maintained their previous appearance, as if the real starry sky had turned into an artificial painting. On the second mountain below, the white jade that was shining with luster also became sluggish. The hot steam from the red smelting fire copper vein at the foot of the mountain also turned into wisps of smoke, but it was like a withered tree trunk growing out of the vein, standing there stiffly. The only thing that moved between heaven and earth was the seemingly invisible stairway beneath Great Saint Julian's feet. Shrouded by the light of the cosmic pole and held by Lin Feng's all heavens capture, the originally invisible stairway shook violently on the verge of disintegration and collapse. The master of the celestial gate deserves his reputation. In Great Saint Julian's blood-red eyes, blue light surged. He looked up to the sky and roared. The giant ape-like shadow climbing in the sky gradually turned into a solid body, and the earth-shaking violent blood spread. After revealing his true form, Great Saint Julian's figure shrank a lot. He was a giant ape with a white head and bare feet, and he looked only 100 feet tall. However, That berserk power was shocking. It was as if he could tear the sky apart with his bare hands with just his physical body. Although Shi Tianhao, Wang Lin, and the others were swept up by Lin Feng's supernatural power, they could still see the process of the battle between the two sides. Shi Tianhao's eyes flashed, and he looked up and down at Great Saint Juyen in the void. He is the person with the strongest physical strength out of all of Lin Feng's disciples. Even Xiao Yan, who is also at the primordial spirit stage, refining the two-phase battle turn God's stone to reconstruct the body of a primordial spirit stage martial artist, just based on physical strength. He is also inferior to him. Shi Tianhao, who was in the primordial divinity incarnation realm, could compete with most martial arts experts in the path integration realm, or the great saint of the demon clan, who had merged the star soul into one. But at this moment, Great Saint Juyen's physical strength was far above his. Great Saint Juyen revealed his true form. He roared and stomped down with all four limbs, once again stabilizing the invisible space-time stairway. The flaming footprints on the stairway began to explode, one by one, to blow up Lin Feng's light of the cosmic pole and all heaven's capture. This was originally prepared by the great sage Zhu Yan to stop Lin Feng from climbing the stairs, but now he was already very lucky to be able to protect the stairs, so he naturally couldn't care about that anymore. Lin Feng quietly felt the power of Zhu Yan, the great sage, and nodded slightly. I haven't completely finished the first tribulation, but since the last tribulation, I have returned to the peak state of my current cultivation. If I'm not mistaken, this demon is not far from completing his tribulation. At most, he only needs 1 or 2 more blight tribulations to complete his tribulation. This demon is still holding back a little, but I can roughly estimate it. Without revealing his true form, he is probably about the same as Mount Shu's empty-handed sword Venerable Firmament. After revealing his true form, he can easily defeat Sword Venerable Firmament and Ancient Sword Venerable Firmament. Lin Feng calculated in his heart, even though he has not directly fought with Venerable Swordsman Firmament before, but when he transformed the great immortal thousand phenomenon sword formation into the heaven-punishing sword formation, Venerable Swordsman Firmament tried to stop him, and he activated the Golden Permitha Bridge to intercept him. He still has a general understanding of Venerable Swordsman Firmament's strength. As for the strength of Celestial Dipper Sword Venerable and Celestial Heaven Sword, Lin Feng had a very accurate grasp. Not considering the Dharma-ending tribulation, just comparing divine sense and Dharma power, this demon's true form is similar to the combination of Celestial Dipper Sword Venerable and Celestial Heaven Sword Venerable. If Celestial Dipper Sword Venerable controls the Celestial Heaven Sword Venerable, then this Juyen demon is no match. While thinking, Lin Feng's hands did not stop. The light of the cosmic pole was still activated to hold the invisible space-time stairway. At the same time, rays of 7-colored light flashed on his body and circled around his body. These rays of 7-colored light flowed together to the invisible giant hand and merged with the light of the cosmic pole. The mysterious heavenly release was called an escape technique, but it was not just a teleportation escape technique. It was a technique that deduced the changes of time and space to the highest level, and at the same time integrated many other great Taos of heaven and earth into it. This technique was used to avoid the Dharma-ending tribulation. When Lin Feng used it, there was a limit to the number of times he could use it. However, it was much simpler to use it to avoid the explosive attack of Juyen's flaming footprints. As the 7-colored light moved rhythmically, the explosive power of the flaming footprints all fell into thin air. Juyen's eyes widened. It's not just the Tao of spatial transformation. It's not just the Tao of illusory transformation. Even Bai Yulong, who is at the same realm as me, can't avoid it so easily with his innate divine sense. The power of the mysterious heavenly release was not only used for defense, but it was also combined with the light of the cosmic pole. Together, they enhanced the great capture of the heavens, shaking the invisible space-time stairway under Zhu Yan's feet. Lin Feng's expression was calm, and his eyes were shining. A large number of runes appeared in the void, enhancing the invisible giant hand that was holding the stairway. Endless runes were attached to the invisible giant hand, emitting layers of brilliance. It made the originally invisible giant hand seem to have become a palm made entirely of light. In the brilliance, a large number of runes and patterns surged, turning into magic formations one after another. They rose and fell, connecting into one. Finally, it seemed as if a huge magic formation was engraved on the palm of light. Life and death, illusory reality, heaven and earth, eternity and instant, yin and yang, light and darkness. 6 powerful conceptions of opposing extremes appeared on the palm at the same time. It was the 6 transformations of life and death of Lin Feng's yin and yang life and death formation. This was because Lin Feng had thoroughly deduced the various changes of the yin and yang life and death formation. He knew it like the back of his hand and integrated it into his own supernatural power. He casually used his supernatural power to transform the formation into a spell and the yin and yang life and death formation into the yin and yang life and death technique. Li Yuanfang, who was wrapped up by Lin Feng's supernatural power but was still able to watch the battle, widened his eyes, fascinated. A powerful formation cultivator could casually set up a formation without the help of treasures and terrain. However, the power of a formation that was set up in a hurry was certainly not as good as that of a formation that was meticulously set up. However, this kind of formation generally did not include a powerful formation like the Mountain Gate formation. This was because these formations needed to be driven by the power of heaven and earth to have unpredictable power. It was also for this reason that the yin and yang life and death formation of Xianmen Tianzong and the 9 light sky-shattering formation of the Demon Clan were so precious. To be able to turn such a powerful formation into a spell and set it up casually, it was not only a matter of having a high cultivation and powerful supernatural power, but also a great attainment in formation. As far as Li Yuanfang knew, from ancient times to the present, there were no more than 5 people who could casually set up such a powerful formation like the yin and yang life and death formation. Today, except for Lin Feng, there was no one who could do it. In the past, Tai, one venerable of the Taishu Temple, was able to turn his own 7 lights defensive formation into 7 lights defensive technique, which was already the most amazing performance at that time. However, the 7 lights defensive formation was inferior to the yin and yang life and death formation of the Supreme Void. Regardless of the comprehensive strength and cultivation, at least in the attainment of formation, Lin Feng was sure to win. Looking at the scene in front of him, Li Yuanfang felt dazzled and intoxicated. 6 changes and 3 laws, reversal of 2 poles, qi. Lin Feng's calm voice echoed between heaven and earth. The changes of yin and yang life and death formation in the shining big hand suddenly produced a huge force of reversal and distortion. The invisible space-time stairs that had been fixed by the real body of Zhu Yan suddenly shook again at this moment, shaking incessantly as if it would shatter at any moment. Zhu Yan stood on the invisible space-time stairs, staring at Lin Feng below. Yes, rumor has it that although he combined the power of many treasures to attack Shu Mountain, he himself, except for using the strange 7-colored treasure light escape method to avoid the Dharma-ending tribulation of Tiangang of Shu Mountain, he almost only used swordsmanship to fight against the swords of Shu Mountain. Zhu Yan sighed. Although he had not exerted his full strength, he knew that Lin Feng had not exerted his full strength either. Not to mention whether Lin Feng had other hidden means, the whole Tianyuan world knew that at least Lin Feng still had the divine light of creation. Suppressing the space-time stairs actually could not fully reflect the power of the real body of Zhu Yan. In actual combat, there were infinite changes. But similarly, if this was a real combat, Lin Feng's heaven-punishing sword Qi would directly stab at him. Master of the Celestial Gate. Good move. Zhu Yan admits defeat. Zhu Yan shook his head and did not continue to fight to the end. Otherwise, if everyone fought with all their strength and still could not defeat Lin Feng, it would be really embarrassing if Lin Feng directly broke the stairs and threw him down from the void. After saying this, Zhu Yan directly dispersed the invisible stairs. Lin Feng did not go too far. With a wave of his robe sleeve, all kinds of magic powers were withdrawn together. The invisible big hand, flashing with layers of light, instantly disappeared. Zhu Yan's real body of Zhu Yan also disappeared, and the huge shadow of the giant ape reappeared on the top of the small mountain. Looking at Lin Feng, it opened its mouth and spat out another Zhu Yan demonic ape. It was a Zhu Yan demonic ape in the primordial true spirit realm, but at the moment, it looked a little dispirited. Zhu Yan said, "Master of the Celestial Gate, please excuse me. This is a member of my clan." Before this, he provided a secret place for Golden Cicada to live in, but Golden Cicada moved out not long ago. I checked that place and found something. As he said this, a light shadow flew out of one of Zhu Yan's eyes and landed in front of Lin Feng. There was no real body in the light shadow, just some faint light. Lin Feng glanced at it and found that it was the trace of Dharma power left by Golden Cicada. With Golden Cicada's cultivation level at the Dharma-ending realm, he should not have been caught by the great sage Xu Yan. However, Lin Feng chased him all the way like herding a sheep, making him have no choice but to keep moving. In the end, he still left some traces. It was impossible for great Saint Zhu Yan to find Golden Cicada with just this little trace. But Lin Feng, with the cicada wings and the golden alms bowl in hand, and this little clue, finding Golden Cicada became a little more convenient. Lin Feng put away the light shadow and was about to speak when his heart slightly moved. He looked into the distance and saw that the sky had turned into a dark green. Chapter 898. Lin Feng looked into the distant sky and saw that the world had turned completely green. It wasn't a dark green flash, nor was it a cloud or mist. Instead, everything in the world, without exception, had turned dark green. The sky was green, the ground was green, the vegetation was green, the branches and leaves were green, the soil was green, the air was green, the clouds were green, and the light falling from the sky was green. The birds flying in the sky had dark green claws, feathers, beaks, and eyes. A brightly colored tiger was running on the ground. Its fur was dark green, and its stripes were also dark green. However, the color of the stripes was slightly darker than the rest. There seemed to be an invisible dividing line between heaven and earth, dividing the world in front of him into two parts. One part was still the same, and the other was completely green. And now, this green world was constantly pushing toward Lin Feng's feet. In the green world, there was a mass of auspicious clouds from which a mighty dragon might was exuding, making people feel endless majesty, as if a high and mighty king was calmly looking down on his subjects. Great sage Zhu Yan also saw the other party. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, and laughed soundlessly. In fact, in terms of cultivation and strength, he was almost on par with the other party. However, in terms of appearance, the first impression that the other party gave was that the other party was like a noble descendant of the heavens, noble beyond words, while he was like a bandit leader or a mountain king. The person who came was an expert of the primordial celestial dragon clan, Blue Sky Dragon King, the clan lord of the Blue Dragon clan. Like Zhu Yan, he was a great demon in the early stage of tribulation. Zhu Yan looked at Lin Feng and said, "Since I lost just now, I will keep my promise. Please sit for a moment. I will send this blue dragon away." In the auspicious clouds of the green world, A majestic voice came. Sun-chasing Zhu Yan, step back. This has nothing to do with you. Don't interfere in the affairs of the dragon clan. Zhu Yan laughed and said, Blue Sky, this is the ancestral land of the Zhu Yan clan, a small mountain. It is not a place where you can shout and shout. The battle between him and Lin Feng was a civil one, not a real fight. Naturally, he wouldn't use the power of the ancestral land, but his own magic power. The small mountain was the ancestral land of the Zhu Yan clan. It had been built for a long time, just like the protective formation of the human clan. If they left the small mountain, he and the Blue Sky Dragon King would not be able to do anything to each other. However, if they fought on the small mountain, he had the geographical advantage and was confident that he would be able to make the Blue Sky Dragon King suffer. The auspicious clouds rolled in the green world, revealing their anger. Zhu Yan, great saint, sneered at the other party. In the ancient era, the death of the absolute emperor and a large number of dragon race experts caused the dragon race to fall into an unprecedented period of weakness. The primordial demon ape race seized the opportunity and replaced the dragon race's ruling position in infinite mainland. By the Middle Era, the extreme king had fallen, and many of the apes had died in the war between the two worlds. The dragons, on the other hand, had recuperated and regained their strength. Gradually, they began to suppress the apes again. Although the dragons couldn't rule the world again because of the rise of the Yudu clan, they had been at odds with the apes since the ancient times. The relationship between the two clans had always been tense. Zhu Yan, Great Saint, and Blue Sky Dragon King had fought many times in the past. They had won and lost to each other, and there were many grudges between them. The Blue Sky Dragon King and the Great Saint Zhu Yan wanted to say more, but Lin Feng frowned slightly and said, Great Saint Zhu Yan, I appreciate your kindness, but I don't have the time to stay here any longer. I still have to find Golden Cicada. He looked at the Blue Sky Dragon King. Your Red Thunder Dragon King wanted to raise the illusory sea tide to stop me from taking the Yingzhou Celestial Mountain. I didn't want to kill him, but he was stubborn and wanted to make trouble for me. That's why I ended him. The Dragon Clan indeed has many experts. You can come to me to avenge him, but you can't. A thunderous roar came from the green clouds. Master of Xianmen, you are too arrogant. Amidst the roar, the green world expanded rapidly and shrouded Lin Feng. However, the unique green dragon flames of the Jade Dragon Clan were nowhere to be seen. The dragon flames of the Jade Dragon Clan were different from the dragon fire of the Fire Dragon Clan, as well as any other flames in the world. They were neither yin nor yang, but they were very good at breaking other people's divine arts and magic power. They were like maggots on bones, extremely difficult to extinguish. The ancient treasure of the heavenly gates, the sacrificial method of the Western heavenly jade light needle, incorporated many principles. One of them came from the inspiration of the Jade Dragon Clan's dragon flames. Although it was different, it was similar. Strictly speaking, it was similar to the true water of the Blood River and the true water of the Netherworld. The green dragon flames of the Blue Sky Dragon King had been completely refined into a world of treasure light. Wherever the green world shrouded, the opponent's divine arts and magic power would be broken without any special action. In this world, the opponent's divine arts, paths, and skills would be broken as soon as they thought about it. It was as if they were restricted, and they couldn't use any divine arts. This was a forbidden world completely formed by the green dragon flames. Lin Feng shook his head and didn't say anything. He held his right index and middle fingers together like a sword. A sword light flashed at his fingertip. It was the sky-destroying sword, Aura. However, the sky-destroying sword, Aura, was different from before. It was no longer dark and murderous gray. Instead, It was like when the sky-destroying sword was completely sharpened. It was a chaotic and blurry color. It was as if everything in the world of creation was coming to an end. An actual apocalypse. Sword will float out. Wherever the sword light went, everything was annihilated and returned to nothingness. The fate of all things was exhausted, and they were heading towards the end. Lin Feng stabbed out with his sword. That chaotic and blurry sword light cut through the blue sky dragon king's forbidden world like a hot knife through butter. The blue sky dragon king exclaimed in surprise. He realized that his forbidden world couldn't break Lin Feng's sky-destroying sword aura. Instead, Lin Feng's sky-destroying sword aura broke his green world. Wherever the sword light went, even the green world, which could break all kinds of skills, was going to be destroyed and ended. Lin Feng's sky-destroying sword aura was unimpeded. The blue sky dragon king's forbidden world couldn't stop it at all. In the blink of an eye, the sword light had hit the green cloud. The blue sky dragon king let out another dragon roar that shook the heavens. Amidst the dragon roar, a huge figure suddenly flashed in the dark green, auspicious clouds. It was faintly discernible, and dense demonic energy and blood energy were released at the same time. It was as if the entire world had turned into a great furnace. Facing Lin Feng's sword, the blue sky dragon king didn't dare to be careless. He directly revealed his true form. Although he was still elusive in the cloud, his powerful strength showed everything. The green forbidden world suddenly froze. It was like a huge piece of amber trying to trap the sky-destroying sword aura. However, the sky-destroying sword aura only paused for a moment before continuing forward, cutting through the green cloud. The cloud dissipated, and the blue sky dragon king finally revealed his true form. It was an extremely huge green dragon that stretched across the sky. It had the head of a cow, the antlers of a deer, the eyes of a shrimp, the ears of an elephant, the neck of a snake, the scales of a fish, the claws of a phoenix, and the paws of a tiger. As the scales opened and closed, the sky was filled with dragon might. His breath formed clouds, and his entire body was green. In the void, a beam of green light fell to the ground. It was a dragon scale. The blue sky dragon king stared at Lin Feng deeply. He had revealed his true form, but he had still lost by one move. He roared into the sky. Master of the celestial sect of wonders, I lost to you by one move today. However, the dragon race will have stronger experts to find you. Lin Feng's expression was calm, but there was a faint black and white light in his eyes. I'll be waiting for you at any time. However, I have something to do now and have no time to chat with you. If you don't leave now, don't ever think of leaving. He had a vague feeling that he could see the world. It seemed that Golden Cicada's plan was not far from succeeding. He needed to hurry. The blue sky dragon king saw the divine light in Lin Feng's eyes. After a moment of silence, he turned and disappeared into the void. The green world instantly went far away. Peace was restored between heaven and earth. The colors of everything in the world returned to normal. After Lin Feng spoke, Great Saint Zhu Yin did not continue to speak. He watched quietly as Lin Feng repelled the enemy with a single stroke of his sword. He now had a faint sense of foreboding. His hopes of finding Golden Cicada through Lin Feng and obtaining his flesh and blood seemed to be plummeting. Lin Feng did not say anything else after the blue sky dragon king retreated. He flicked his finger, and the light he had obtained from Great Saint Zhu Yin fell into the golden alms bowl. The cicada's wings covered the alms bowl, and thousands of mysterious runes appeared one after another. Lin Feng looked up at the sky. He took a step forward and disappeared from where he stood. The light and shadow that great Saint Zhu Yan had covered the sky above the lesser secondary mountain also disappeared. The invisible space-time staircase appeared again. Great Saint Zhu Yan stepped on it and followed closely behind Lin Feng. In the divine land, in a cave residence on White Cloud Mountain, there were no tables or chairs, only a few simple futons. There were people sitting on the praying mats, forming a circle. Some of them were real people, and some were projections of magic power. 2 of the projections were a cold girl who looked 13 or 14 years old, and a handsome young man who looked about 20 years old. They were Lord Qing Yi and Lord Xian Yi of the 4 elders of Taishu Temple. In front of them, there were real people and projections. They were Yun Yuanjin, Kai Fengzhou, Lord Yu Yuan, and Lord Qingning, who were also members of the highest elders of Taishu Temple. The group of people sat in a circle and did not speak. They all closed their eyes and rested. It was not until a young man dressed in cyan appeared in the cave abode that Dao Master Qing Yi and the others opened their eyes and looked at the young man. Dao Han, sit, Lord Qing Yi said. Dao Master Qing Yi said. The young man was naturally Lin Dao Han. After he bowed to everyone present, he sat down cross-legged on a praying mat. No one spoke. Lin Dao Han said silently, according to the news from the vast land of infinite wasteland, the master of the Taoist sect defeated great Saint Zhu Yan in a battle of mana and forced the Blue Sky Dragon King to retreat. If the rumors are true, his divine sense and mana are even stronger than when he was on Mount Shu. His swordsmanship has also improved. After the celestial heaven destruction, besides the complete sharpening of his heaven-crushing sword, his swordsmanship has also improved. The celestial heaven sword has been broken. At this moment, if he goes to Mount Shu for a sword battle, I'm afraid no one on Mount Shu can resist him alone, even if he is empty-handed. Chapter 899. After Lin Daohan finished speaking, Dao Master Qing Yi said slowly, Dao Han, summarize your experience over the years. Junior brother Xian Yi and martial nephew Qingning have been in closed-door training before, so they don't know much about Xianmen Tianzong. Yes, martial uncle. Lin Daohan bowed slightly, looked at Dao Master Xian Yi and Dao Master Qingning, and said, for now, the master of Xianmen has great ambitions. It's a bit too much to say that he's the king of the underworld, the ruthless emperor, or the primordial devil lord, but at least he's another heaven emperor and another sword ancestor. Mount Shu has been destroyed, and according to the strength he has shown now, he's even vaguely above the Elysium of the past. Especially the master of Xianmen has always been unpredictable, so I tend to overestimate him. Dao Master Qingning looked calm. Then, as junior brother Kuang said, we'll deal with him like how we dealt with the Elysium and Mount Shu in the past. You often say that the disciples of the master of Xianmen are all monsters. What's the specific situation? For the people of the Taishu Temple, the geniuses in the eyes of ordinary people were not geniuses in their eyes, because any disciple of the Taishu Temple was at least such a genius. It was even more so for the members of the highest Elders Guild, such as Dao Master Qingning. After so many years, they had become numb to the geniuses in their own sect, let alone the geniuses in the outside world. There seemed to be a faint smile on Lin Daohan's face, which had always been calm and emotionless. He said, to be honest, martial uncle Qingning, when facing Xiao, Yan, Zhu Yi, Wang Lin, and Shi Tianhao, I'm ashamed of my inferiority in the primordial spirit incarnation realm. As soon as he said this, Dao Master Qingning's eyes suddenly flashed. Oh, you are truly a monster among monsters. Apart from Uncle Master Tai, none of the human cultivators I've seen in my life have been able to defeat you in the same realm. Although Dao Master Qingning was a generation younger than Dao Master Tai Daoist, Dao Master Qing Yi, and Dao Master Xian He had actually entered the sect much earlier than Tao Master Tai Daoist. Although he was a generation younger, if one were to consider the time he entered the sect, he was even earlier than Tao Master Qing Yi and Tao Master Xian Yi. In the past, Lord Qingning was also a genius who received much attention in the Taishu Temple, but he spent a considerable part of his energy on alchemy. This old man was not only the #1 alchemist in the Taishu Temple, but could also be considered the #1 alchemist in the entire divine land. Lin Daohan nodded. I've seen the traces left by Uncle Master Qin Yi in the battle when the Zhu family joined forces to attack Yujing Mountain. In that battle, the 4 of them successively reached the primordial spirit realm and displayed extremely powerful strength. Among them, Zhu Yi successfully refined the white jade pillar from Yingzhou Immortal Mountain into the golden Permitha Bridge, a creation magic treasure. Among the 4 of them, it seems that Zhu Yi has the golden Permitha Bridge with him. His strength can be considered the best under the master of the celestial sect. If we don't count magic treasures and only look at their magic power, the 4 of them can actually fight with Tao integration experts when they have just reached the primordial spirit realm. It's really amazing. Among them, if Xiaoyan, the eldest disciple of the master of the celestial sect, can use his true fire fusion method to produce a fiery lotus that combines 5 kinds of true fire, he can be considered the best. Lin Daohan said slowly, although according to my conjecture, Xiaoyan would only have the strength to launch a single attack if it was the 5-colored fire lotus. I'm afraid that among the Tao integration experts who ascended Jade Jing Mountain that day, only the Hall Master of the Underworld Hall would be able to survive his 5-colored fire lotus. However, he would also be heavily injured. Therefore, the final result would most likely be that both sides would be heavily injured. Or perhaps the Hall Master of the Underworld Hall would risk his life and forcefully suppress his injuries to kill Xiao Yan. As for the others, if their sword hearts were stable in the past, they would be able to perish together with Xiao Yan. However, according to the state he was in when he climbed Yujing Mountain, he only has an 80% chance of perishing together with Xiao Yan. There's a 20% chance that he won't be able to kill Xiao Yan and will die first. Excluding the talisman of the reincarnation Taoist with his own cultivation, Shi Tianfang can only pray that his reincarnation rebirth technique will not be broken and he can be reborn in place of the dead. He can't resist it, and the chance of his rebirth is less than 50%. Xiao Dongtian and Zhang and Rui will be killed with 1 blow only by relying on their divine sense and Dharma power. There's basically no hope of survival. As Lin Daohan spoke, he flicked his fingers and 2 shadows appeared, showing 2 scenes. One was the scene when Xiao Yan flattened the ancestral land in the late stage of the Golden Elixir and used the 3 fiery lotus for the first time. The other scene was 2 years ago in the vast Thousand World, in the Yingxi, when Yan Mingyue witnessed Xiao Yan using the 4-colored fiery lotus for the first time at the middle stage of the Yuanying period. After seeing the scene, Tao Master Qingning's eyes became serious, and he nodded. What a violent divine sense! It can produce such a strong power of destruction. Although he will be exhausted after 1 blow, if he uses the 5-colored fiery lotus with his primordial spirit cultivation, it will indeed be as powerful as you said, and I'm afraid it will only be stronger. Yun Yuanjin said, even if he doesn't use this method, he can still defeat Xiao Dongtian and Zhang and Rui with his other divine senses. He can even kill one of them at the risk of being seriously injured. In this case, if he uses this method with a seriously injured body, he can kill another person, but he will also die completely. In other words, if it's not a siege but a continuous one-on-one fight, it's possible that he can kill 2 Tao reunion experts at the same time. The others around him nodded in agreement. Lin Daohan continued, Although Zhu Yi doesn't use his divine senses and Dharma power to fight with others based on his performance during the Yuanying period and the situation of using the Golden Permitha Bridge, the strength of him, Wang Lin, and Shi Tianhao is basically on par with that of Xiao Yan. In fact, the three of them are even slightly weaker than Xiao Yan when he uses the true fire fusion power. However, their divine senses and Dharma power are not as violent as Xiao Yan's. It won't be difficult for them to defeat Xiao Dongtian and Zhang and Rui, and it won't be difficult for them to fight against Shi Tianfang and Shi Tianhao. However, they are most likely no match for the Temple Master of the Underworld Hall and Jie Luoshi. Of course, it's also very difficult for the Temple Master of the Underworld Hall and Jie Luoshi to defeat them, and it's almost impossible for them to kill them. However, if there are no special circumstances, they won't be able to endanger the lives of Jie Luoshi and Shi Tianfang. After a short pause, Lin Daohan continued. Among them, Wang Lin's situation is a bit special. Because of his divine senses and Dharma power, he has an advantage over the other three when facing the Temple Master of the Underworld Hall and Shi Tianfang. If Disciple's observation is correct, he can defeat Shi Tianfang and won't be at a disadvantage when facing the Temple Master of the Underworld Hall. In addition, because of the special nature of his divine senses and Dharma power, he should be the most difficult to kill among the four of them. Although he didn't have a chance to display his strength, I'm afraid he also has some extraordinary means of resurrection. On the other hand, Shi Tianhao has two divine lights of creation. The divine light of End is good at attacking, while the divine light of Origin gives him an extremely strong recovery ability. Therefore, if he doesn't encircle them and instead fights them one-on-one, his actual performance is likely to exceed our expectations. After Lin Daohan finished speaking, he paused for a moment before continuing. In fact, compared to the master of the Celestial Sect, I think that his disciple Wang Lin is more likely to be a figure like the Ming and Li Emperors and the Primordial Devil Master. If it weren't for the master of the Celestial Sect, it would be really hard to predict what this person will do in the future. Dao Master Yu Yuan said coldly, "You mean that we should thank the master of the Celestial Sect? Don't forget who cultivated Wang Lin. If the master of the Celestial Sect really cared, Wang Lin wouldn't have been able to reach where he is today even if he had been his disciple for many years. What's more, the master of the Celestial Sect has the nature of a tiger and a wolf. It's just that he is more shrewd than Wang Lin. Otherwise, it would be strange to have such a disciple. What if there were two or more? Shi Tianhao is not much better than Wang Lin. He is not as cruel, but he is even more lawless. The eldest disciple of the sect master, Xiao Yan, is slightly better, but not better. Looking at him, it reminds me of..." At this point, Dao Master Yu Yuan paused for a moment and did not continue speaking. However, everyone present knew what he meant because they all had the same thought. Kai Fengzhou's face revealed a slight, wry smile. On Xiao Yan, everyone in the Taishu Temple could faintly see the shadow of a person. The leader of the four ancient heroes of the Taishu Temple, other than the Taishu Taoist, he was the strongest in the history of the Taishu Temple, Wen Qiyang. His cultivation was close to that of his master, the Taishu Taoist. After the Taishu Taoist and Gautama Buddha went to the Dead Sea, he overlooked all the experts in the Divine Land. In the war between the two worlds, he was one of the few fierce people who could suppress the Saint Emperor of the Demon Clan. Although the Saint Emperor of the Demon Clan at that time was not as strong as the three great demons, Wen Qiang's ability was still considered shocking and left a strong mark in the history of the entire Tianyuan world. However, for his sect, Wen Qiang was also known as the most controversial figure in the history, causing headaches for his fellow sect members at that time, and the younger generation did not know how to comment on him. Yun Yuanjin smiles faintly, counting along the way of the foremost outstanding disciples under the Xian Gate's leader. Xiao Yin still needs to be observed. The one that can be confirmed is actually only junior sister Meng's son Zhu Yi can be nurtured and has hopes of becoming a pillar of the divine continent in the future. Dao Master Qing Yi said lightly, if Tiangang took action that day, I only plan to protect Xiao Yan and Zhu Yi. Slowly, Dao Master Xianyi thought for a moment and said, these four people reached the primordial soul realm on the same day. Although it may be because of the pressure caused by the annihilating Xian coalition army, it is too much of a coincidence. I'm not sure about the others, but I watched the video of the Battle of Yujing Mountain that day. Before Shi Tianhao reached the primordial soul realm, he seemed to have taken some kind of elixir. Hearing this, everyone looked at Dao Master Qingning. Dao Master Qingning's eyes were dim and uncertain. He slowly nodded and said, I have also taken note of what Martial Uncle Xianyi said, but I haven't figured it out. It should not be an elixir that can directly promote a late-stage Yuanian cultivator to the primordial soul realm. That is completely against the way of heaven, and is not tolerated by the entire vast thousand world. But it is likely to be an elixir that can help to break through bottlenecks or increase the success rate. Everyone nodded together. Even so, such an effect can be called a divine elixir or an immortal elixir. Dao Master Qingning said, this elixir recipe needs to be negotiated with the master of the celestial sect. If it is really an elixir with such an effect, with sufficient raw materials, it can have an earth-shaking effect. Kai Fengzhou smiled bitterly. I'm afraid I don't have a relationship with Xianmen Tianzong now. It's not up to him. Even senior brother Tai Yi will not ignore this matter. Dao Master Qing Yi said calmly, I am more concerned about another thing, and it is about the real cultivation of the master of the celestial sect. When the others heard this, their faces showed contemplation. Chapter 900. After Dao Master Qing Yi finished speaking, Dao Master Xian Yi, Kai Fengzhou, Dao Master Qingning, Yun Yuanjin, and Dao Master Yuyuan all fell into deep thought. After a while, Yun Yuanjin looked at Lin Daohan and asked, Daohan, I heard from Mingyue that you've tried to figure out the true cultivation of the master of the celestial sect. Lin Daohan nodded and said, looking back, it seems that I was a little rash. Slowly, Yun Yuanjin shook her head and said, it may not be that you were rash. Looking back, the rise of the master of the celestial sect was not only made by Xianmen Tianzong, but also by the personal cultivation of the master of the celestial sect. There should be a problem with the doppelganger and the original body. Otherwise, the path to the top would be too steep and abrupt. But there should be a node in this. This node, I think it's either the sword trials of Tianjia Peak or the Battle of West Hill City. After this node, what appeared in front of the world, it should be the true body of the celestial sect of Wonder's sect master. Yun Yuanjin said while thinking, the latter is more likely, but according to my observations over the years, the master of the celestial sect has been stronger than when he fought with senior brother Quang, senior brother Xianlin, and Xian Longsheng in West Hill City. In particular, the Battle of Mount Shu this time is obviously stronger than that in West Hill City. We can't rule out the possibility that the master of the celestial sect still held back his strength in West Hill City, but I think it's more likely that he's stronger than he was in West Hill City. Dao Master Qing Yi and the others listened to Yun Yuanjin silently and did not interrupt. Yun Yuanjin took a deep breath and said, so, I think many of our previous estimates of the master of the celestial sect may be wrong. She looked at Dao Master Qing Yi and said, as Master said, I'm also very concerned about the master of the celestial sect's true cultivation. That's because I've observed his personal disciples. putting aside those who have yet to attain the essence soul realm. Xiao Yan, Zhu Yi, Wang Lin, and Shi Tianhao can fight Tao integration experts at the essence soul embodiment realm. This is truly unbelievable. Yun Yuanjin shook his head and sighed in admiration. Dao Han said that he was ashamed of his inferiority when he was at the primordial spirit incarnation realm. I'm even more inferior. Kai Fengzhou and the others nodded in unison. They were also the same. They did not try to hide this point and admitted it frankly. It's a fact that Xiao Yan and the other three are all exceptionally talented, but I'm afraid it's not just because of their talent that they have the strength they have today. Yun Yuanjin's expression became calm. He said word by word, it should be because of his cultivation. Lin Daohan listened on the side. He could not help but recall the scene of his conversation with Yan Mingwei that day. In the battle outside the Sand Continent city that day, although Pang Jie was not his match at all, when junior brother Pang took out the magic treasure hexagonal sword, this person no longer fought personally. Instead, he used his array to wrap the hexagonal sword in junior brother Pang. Does this mean that his true cultivation is not enough to defeat junior brother Pang, who holds the hexagonal sword? Or, at least, it's possible that his true cultivation is exposed. This person's cultivation is most likely at the essence soul embodiment realm, followed by the peak Yuanying realm. The possibility of him being at the void return realm is relatively small, and it's impossible for him to be at the essence soul integration realm. Eldest senior brother, what if our inference is wrong, and this person's cultivation is far higher than the essence soul embodiment realm? Then I'll be very happy that Mount Shu Sword sect has a strong opponent. What if his cultivation is far lower than the essence soul embodiment realm? If his cultivation is far lower than the essence soul embodiment realm, it means that the cultivation method he cultivates is above the great way of our Taishu temple. The discussion of the past was still ringing in their ears, although it was now basically confirmed that Lin Feng was only a doppelganger at that time. At this moment, the strength that Xiao Yan and the other three showed at the middle Yuanying realm, the late Yuanying realm, and the essence soul embodiment realm, they could see the strength of the heirs of Xianmen Tianzong. Slowly, Dao Master Qingyi said, so I am very suspicious that this person's cultivation may not be at the Dharma ending realm, but his divine sense and Dharma power are so strong that he is very fierce in fights. He can defeat the Big Dipper, Great Saint Zhuyan, and Blue Sky Dragon King without showing his fruit of the way. He activated the Dharma ending tribulation in West Hill City. It's very likely that it was a trick, and he didn't complete the initial tribulation himself. Kai Fengzhou had a serious look in his eyes. Then, what is his cultivation level? Dao Master Qingyi and Yun Yuanjin shook their heads. It's very confusing, and we still can't see it clearly. After all, no one knows if he has used his full strength. At least we can be sure that when he went to Mount Shu that day, he only used his sword principle to defeat the Celestial Heaven faction. He definitely didn't use his full strength. Up until now, he has always been at ease and has never been in a desperate situation. So, his strength has never been bottomed out. It's like a deep pool that you think you've seen to the bottom, but in fact, it's very deep. Dao Master Yu Yuan said, in West Hill City, Martial Uncle Jingyi wanted to test his strength, but in the end, he didn't succeed. Looking back, that was probably the best opportunity. Unfortunately, there were changes in Tianhuang land at that time, and Martial Uncle Tai, Martial Uncle Xuani, and Martial Uncle Qingyi were all busy. The temple master and junior brother Wu were also tied up. Kai Fengzhou glanced at her. Junior brother Wu couldn't fight in the divine land, at least not until he had no other choice. Moreover, by letting junior brother Wu fight in the West Hill City, are you trying to force Emperor Qin's Stone Feather and the Immortal Dragon City to personally take action? Tao Master Yu Yuan nodded. I misspoke. Yun Yuanjin looked at Lin Daohan. Daohan, do you remember that you buried a chess piece in Xianmen Tianzong? Now is the time to use it. Lin Daohan's eyes were calm. Silently, he looked at Yun Yuanjin and didn't say anything. Yun Yuanjin's expression was also calm as she looked at Lin Daohan. After a while, she said silently, the temple master and senior brother Fu's thoughts are too dangerous. She didn't mention the Grand One Tao Master, but everyone present knew. Lin Daohan didn't say anything. Tao Master Qing Yi looked at him. Daohan, do you trust a person who you can't see through at all? Slowly, Tao Master Qing Ning said, we don't need the complete orthodox inheritance of the master of Xianmen Tianzong. We just need a part of it. The Taoism of Xianmen Tianzong is so shocking that it might even surpass our own. It's probably similar to our Taoism, which is too profound and has a high requirement for aptitude. It's not possible for it to be popularized. As long as we can get a part of it, we can trace it back to its source and see through the details of the master of Xianmen Tianzong. Tao Master Xian Yi and Kai Fengzhou were silent. Tao Master Yu Yuan said, even if we want to nip it in the bud, we should know ourselves and the enemy. Lin Daohan didn't look at Tao Master Qing Ning, Tao Master Yu Yuan, or Yun Yuanjin. Instead, he looked at Tao Master Qing Yi. Tao Master Qing Yi said calmly, you don't have to make a decision in a hurry. After today, ask senior brother Tai Yi and the temple master, and then make a decision. No matter what decision you make, you don't have to tell us what the final result will be. You just need to bring the problem of Yu Yuan and me to senior brother Tai Yi and the temple master. Ask them if they can trust a person they don't know. If we want to nip it in the bud, should we know ourselves and the enemy? Lin Daohan shook his head and said, Martial uncle, you misunderstood. Although the Taoism of our temple has always been called the best in the divine land and the Tianyuan realm, we all know that our Taoism is still exploring the great way of heaven and earth. It's far from reaching the peak. If we can bring our Tao to the next level, whether it's me, Grandmaster, or Master, we are all happy. We don't have to plagiarize the direct Tao of the celestial sect of Xianmen, but we can learn from others. As long as it can inspire our Tao, it's good. But the purpose of all this is to make our temple stronger, so that we can better protect the divine land and fight against the demon clan. Lin Daohan looked calm and said, if we don't intensify the conflict between Xianmen Tianzong and our temple to the point that it can't be resolved, it won't cause the internal friction of the human clan's strength. I will naturally do it. It was for this reason that I buried the hidden pawn. But if this completely triggers a fierce battle between us and Xianmen Tianzong, and the demon clan will benefit for nothing, then I think this matter needs to be considered. If the harvest of Xianmen Tianzong's Taoism can make up for it, or even surpass the loss caused by the fierce battle with Xianmen Tianzong, then it's still worth doing. Tao Master Qing Yi nodded and said, you can decide for yourself. Lin Daohan bowed slightly and said, yes, Martial Uncle. At this time, Tao Master Qing Ning said, this matter can be planned slowly. Before that, the elixir recipe is more important and it may have an immediate effect. Tao Master Yu Yuan shook his head and said, I'm more concerned about his sky-killing sword. This sword is extremely fierce and contains the power to destroy the world. It shouldn't be forged. Otherwise, I'm afraid it's like nurturing a tiger and inviting disaster. The master of the celestial sect is stubborn. In order to fight against the Haoqian mirror, he not only sealed the sword, but also strengthened it further. At that time, I'm afraid he will be the first to be devoured by the sword. But if the sword goes out of control, the second threat will be the entire divine land. Tao Master Qing Ning said, I've already said it last time, and I still have the same idea. Create an opportunity for the master of the celestial sect to unseal the sword in advance, as long as it's used to deal with the demon clan. If he insists on not using the sword, we can take the opportunity to see where his limit is. Lin Daohan, Dao Master Xian Yi, and Kai Fengzhou all frowned slightly and said, "I'm afraid this is not appropriate, right?" Yun Yuanjin said with a smile, "With this sword, the Haotian mirror can be restored to its full state, and by precious time." Dao Master Xian Yi and Kai Fengzhou were silent. Lin Daohan's eyes flickered slightly and then calmed down again. He didn't say anything more. After a long time, Kai Fengzhou said, "The master of the celestial sect is not stupid. In this way, he naturally knows that it will only deepen the conflict between us. As for other things like elixir recipes, don't even think about it. If we start to negotiate with him, it will only end up in an unmanageable situation." Dao Master Qing Yi said silently, "The master of the celestial sect is indeed not stupid, and he is a first-class smart person. That's why he has always been submissive before he matured. It's very simple to make him behave. We just need to keep our view that we are always stronger than him. If he wants to refine the sword, let him be. Let's see if the Haotian mirror can recover first, or if his heaven-punishing sword can reach a higher level first." Dao Master Qing Yi's light shadow stood up from the position of the cattail hassock and said, "It's just that we underestimated him before, but it won't happen again." She looked at Lin Daohan and asked, "What's the situation with the Underworld Hall and the King of the Underworld?" Lin Daohan replied, "The King of the Underworld intends to sit back and watch the conflict between us and Xianmen Tianzong while accumulating his strength. I'm afraid that he won't take any action in a short period of time. If we want to find him, we still have limited clues." Dao Master Qing Yi nodded and said, "His threat may not be as great as Xianmen Tianzong, but it's more obvious. While paying attention to Xianmen Tianzong, don't let down the king of the underworld." Lin Daohan bowed and said, "I understand." At this time, on the vast land of infinite wilderness, Lin Feng, who was walking slowly, finally stopped. He flicked his fingers, and a few streams of magic power shot out. The golden alms bowl and cicada wings flew into the air and turned into golden light that kept dancing. Chapter 9:01. The trajectory of the golden light seemed to be chaotic, but it actually contained many principles. It outlined a huge and complicated pattern in the void. Lin Feng flicked his finger lightly, and a misty purple aura enveloped the huge pattern that was originally golden. The golden pattern kept flashing, and in the end, it was dyed with a layer of purple, invisible light waves, with this pattern as the center, spread out in all directions in circles, spreading farther and farther, and gradually dissipating between heaven and earth. However, Lin Feng's divine sense also spread out, covering the sky and covering the earth, searching for golden cicada. Zhu Yan, the great saint, walked out of the void, stood still, and watched Lin Feng cast the spell. After a moment of careful perception, he thought to himself, "The master of the celestial gate is indeed powerful, and I am inferior to him. If I get the golden alms cicada wings, although I can also try to find golden cicada, I'm afraid the efficiency will be much lower, and golden cicada will easily get rid of me." Lin Feng's divine sense spread out, and with himself as the center, it swept across the entire world. In the circle of invisible light waves, suddenly, a path appeared faintly, breaking through the void, winding forward in the layers of space, and constantly extending. This path was very strange, with many twists and turns, without any rules to speak of. In many places, it even kept going back. After extending to a place, it directly turned around and went back. Halfway through, it suddenly made a right-angle turn, and then in a short while, it made another right-angle turn. The two turns combined, it was equivalent to turning around again. This was only a small part of the long road. In fact, this winding road paved with purple light was showing this strange phenomenon almost all the time. This situation occurred because this path passed through layers of space, the result of constant changes. Both Lin Feng and Zhu Yan, the great saint, watched this scene calmly. They were not in a hurry to step onto the stairs, but patiently waited for the path to appear completely and extend to the end. During this process, Lin Feng's divine sense swept in all directions, and his heart suddenly moved slightly. Oh, why is he here? It turned out that when Lin Feng's divine sense swept, he found that there was a battle taking place in the distance. One of the two combatants was a gigantic monkey with a jet-black body and a green face. As it breathed, wisps of sinister wind would blow through the air, resembling black strands of silk. Anything touched by the black, thread-like wind lost its vitality, as if it had been frozen from the inside by the frigid power from the inside out. Even though it didn't seem to have any changes on the outside, it was as if it had been frozen from the inside. One of the 4 great divine winds in the world, the 9th nether wind, was the coldest thing in the world, like the Xianming water of the 6th true water. Compared to the nether true water, which acted from the outside to the inside, the 9th Hell-Yin wind was the exact opposite. It first acted from the soul of a living being and froze the soul before acting on the body. After being frozen by the Xianming true water, one would become an ice sculpture. After being frozen by the 9 nether chilly wind, one's appearance would not change much, but one's soul would be completely frozen and lose its vitality, becoming like a clay puppet. Frozen by the Xianming water, the person would become an ice sculpture. And frozen by the netherworld wind, the appearance would not change much, but the spirit would be completely frozen and lose its vitality, becoming like a clay puppet. The netherworld wind originated from the netherworld sea of the 7 seas of heaven origin, which was also known as the netherworld sea. It would not easily appear in the world, and even if the netherworld sea opened a crack, it would be a small amount. The netherworld wind raging in the netherworld sea was incomparably vigorous, incomparably violent, covering the sky and the earth as if it wanted to freeze everything it touched. Together with the netherworld evil flame, the blood river true water, and the infinite evil spirit, it was a famous disaster in the great heaven origin world. Outside the netherworld sea, the great heaven origin world could control and refine the netherworld wind was the primordial demonic ape clan, one of which was called the netherworld ghost monkey. The green-faced black monkey that Lin Feng's divine sense had discovered was a netherworld ghost monkey king who had already formed a demon infant. As far as Lin Feng knew, the leader of the 9 nether ghost monkey clan should also be a great saint-level demon clan, known as the 9 nether great sage. However, because he did not often appear in the world, he was not very sure about his specific realm level. The 9 nether ghost monkey was someone that Lin Feng had never interacted with before. Today was also the first time that he had personally seen one alive. However, the opponent of the 9 nether ghost monkey was someone that Lin Feng was slightly familiar with. It was the Beyond Heaven Mountain disciple that he had met a few times before, Chu Yang. However, for some reason, he had also come to the infinite wilderness. Strictly speaking, the Spirit Abyss Mountain where the primordial demon ape clan resided was still a certain distance away from the realm passageway between the vast land of the Divine Land and Tianhuang mainland. As a human cultivator, Chu Yang was already extremely deep into Tianhuang mainland when he arrived at this location. He was not there to hunt demons. He had been cautious along the way, using the northwest nether sword of the ancient heavenly sect's major 9 heavens divine sword to conceal his tracks, and tried his best to avoid conflict with the demons. The demons did not pay much attention to a late-stage golden elixir cultivator like him, and few demon kings and demon commanders could see his whereabouts. Hence, he had managed to find his way to the Spirit Abyss Mountain. It's a pity that the heavenly crystal is suppressed under the mountain. If I take it out, I will definitely alarm this demon monkey. Otherwise, I could have taken it and left without anyone knowing. Chu Yang calmly fought with the netherworld ghost monkey in front of him. He also wanted to enter the village quietly and not shoot, but for the sake of his goal, he had no choice but to alarm the other party. At this moment, facing the aggressive netherworld ghost monkey, a cold look flashed across Chu Yang's eyes. He had always been a ruthless person, but in order to hide his secrets, he often did not show his true abilities to prevent leaks. However, if he attacked, he would finish it in one go, using all his strength to kill the other party, leaving no survivors. This is the netherworld ghost monkey's territory. If I continue to waste time with him, I will only attract more demon monkeys. The cold and ruthless look in Chu Yang's eyes disappeared, leaving only focus. His sword stance suddenly changed, and an extremely sharp and dazzling sword light surged. It was like the sun rising from the east, emitting a blazing golden light. The majestic light was like a bright sun, immediately isolating the netherworld wind that was drifting in the air and blowing towards him. The scorching feeling made the demon monkey grimace. It's not the true solar fire, but the sword intent is the same as the solar fire. You actually used the sword Dao to manifest the Golden Crow race's special technique, the solar fire technique. What sword Dao is this? The ancient heavenly gates had been destroyed for too long. Even in the Divine Land's human cultivation world, there were very few people who recognized Chu Yang's southeastern Yang heavenly sword. If it was a great demon that had lived through the ancient age, they might be able to recognize the foundation of Chu Yang's sword. However, this demon monkey had only lived for 1,000 years, so it was naturally impossible for him to recognize it. Chu Yang raised his sword high above his head, like the sun hanging high in the sky, illuminating the bright world. The faint golden sword light became restrained and gentle again. However, the demon monkey did not dare to underestimate this morning sun that seemed soft but not weak, bright but not fierce. Chu Yang's sword just now, with his golden elixir period cultivation, had broken through the netherworld wind that he, as a demon king, had activated. Chu Yang and the netherworld ghost monkey naturally did not realize that all their actions were seen by Lin Feng. Looking at Chu Yang, Lin Feng smiled slightly. Not bad, not bad. It's not just bits and pieces, but the most orthodox Heavenly Gates Major 9 Heavens Divine Sword legacy. Compared to Eastern Heavenly Gates' incomplete Heavenly Gates, Chu Yang's Major 9 Heavens Divine Sword was much more complete. However, from the looks of it, he had only obtained the Major 9 Heavens Divine Sword, and did not have the Heavenly Gates' other paths, techniques, and techniques. However, Lin Feng frowned slightly, feeling that something was wrong. Chu Yang could not discover it, but he could not hide it from his eyes. On the Netherworld Peak, the ancestral land of the Netherworld Ghost Monkey race, there was clearly a Netherworld Ghost Monkey at the Unity Astral Soul level. He was expressionless, staring down at Chu Yang from above. To have such a cultivation level, there was no doubt that it could only be the leader of the Netherworld Ghost Monkey race, the Netherworld Great Sage. The Netherworld Great Sage glanced coldly at Chu Yang and did not pay much attention to him. There were already other clansmen rushing over. He retracted his gaze and looked at the void again in the direction where Lin Feng was. Lin Feng seemed to be looking at him across space, but the Netherworld Great Sage's gaze was clearly a little vague. He could not see Lin Feng's actions, nor could he sense what Lin Feng was doing. He only seemed to know that there was someone in that direction that he needed to be on guard against. Nine Nether Great Sage was only quietly on guard, not daring to use his gaze to pierce through the void and truly look at the area where Lin Feng was. That would immediately attract Lin Feng's attention and vigilance, which was equivalent to taking the initiative to provoke Lin Feng. When Lin Feng scanned with his divine sense just now, he would also instantly notice it. And now, if Lin Feng had not paid special attention to Chu Yang and the Netherworld ghost monkey race, he might not have noticed the abnormality of the Netherworld Great Sage. Although he might not be on guard against me, this is too much of a coincidence. Lin Feng thought, if he is indeed on guard against me, why? Just because I'm a human? If he is on guard like this, he might as well openly sweep his divine sense over. After all, this is the ancestral land of the primordial demon ape race. Being so low-key will only make it more conspicuous. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's gaze narrowed slightly as he looked at the path of purple light that was still extending in front of him. The speed at which the path extended was surprisingly slowing down, as if it was about to reach the end. Seeing that the path continued to extend, Lin Feng spread his sleeves and let Shi Tianhao, Wang Lin, and the others out. He said, "Go south. It is the territory of the Netherworld ghost monkey race. You can go there and have a look." He then looked at Luo Qinggu and said with a smile, "You can observe that Chu Yang's swordsmanship. It will help you figure out the last sword move of the innate six directions sword way." Luo Qinggu looked at Lin Feng in surprise and said, "Master, are you referring to the swordsmanship of Beyond Heaven Mountain?" The innate six directions sword way was a swordsmanship that she had created after comprehending her family's Tao technique, the 8 trigrams of the Great Way. Following Lin Feng's guidance, it was completely different from the swordsmanship that existed in the Divine Land. This swordsmanship was quite unique. Its sword intent was closely related to Luo Qingwu's purine body and her understanding of swordsmanship. As her cultivation level increased, it could truly become more perfect. Therefore, even though she had already cultivated the 4 symbols heaven opening scripture and had even comprehended another divine ability, the innate 6 directions sword way still had the last 6 sword move to be completely perfected. Compared to the difficulty of comprehending and cultivating it, the power of this swordsmanship was equally astonishing. Hearing Luo Qingwu's question, Lin Feng smiled and said, "Of course not." Luo Qingwu blinked and said respectfully, "Disciple understands." Chapter 902. Facing the Hades Ghost Monkey King, Chu Yang's southeastern Yang sky sword seemed to transform into a real sun as he silently confronted the Hades Ghost Monkey King. The Hades Ghost Monkey King's eyes narrowed and flashed with an ominous glint. He suddenly extended his claws and scratched at the void. His figure instantly disappeared, appearing in front of Chu Yang in a single step. And with that scratch, the space around Chu Yang also violently distorted. The sun-like sword light around him twisted and tore apart. The southeastern Yang sky sword was both offensive and defensive. The sword light could be released to attack the enemy, but when it was withdrawn, it was like he was in the sun. There were no gaps in all directions protecting him in the center. The Hades Ghost Monkey King had the ability to comprehend the mysteries of space as a demon king and a human Yuanying stage cultivator. Even if he could break through the void and launch a surprise attack, he still had to face Chu Yang's sword-like defense. He was like a curled-up hedgehog, but this demon Monkey King's scratch had also broken through the void where Chu Yang was. It was taking drastic measures to break through Chu Yang's sword Tao. It was clearly using the Demon King realm to forcefully defeat Chu Yang, who was in the Golden Elixir period. Seeing this, Chu Yang smiled slightly. His sword momentum suddenly changed. The blazing light that filled the sky disappeared. leaving only a dim but not weak shadow that flickered in and out of sight. The Hades ghost Monkey King's narrowed eyes suddenly widened, because in his divine sense, Chu Yang seemed to have suddenly disappeared without a trace. The next moment, the dim shadow had already fled, brushing past the Hades ghost Monkey King and instantly escaping the monkey's attack range. After flying a little further away, the dim shadow once again revealed Chu Yang's appearance. His expression was calm, as usual. His southeastern Yang sky sword had suddenly turned into the northwestern nether sky sword. His body turned into a shadow and hid in the void. Even the Demon King Realm Hades Ghost Monkey King's spatial seal could not trap him. Seeing the Hades Ghost Monkey King turn around and prepare to pounce on him again, Chu Yang suddenly smiled. The sword in his hand had already returned to its sheath, and he turned to leave. The Hades Ghost Monkey King was stunned, then enraged. But just as he was about to continue chasing, he suddenly felt a slight pain in the top of his head. Then his entire body began to tremble. On his forehead, a thin strand of dark green light shot out, originating from a hole the size of a needle's eye. However, this hole seemed to have caused the ghost Monkey King's life force to completely leak out. He only felt that his life was rapidly flowing away. The ghost Monkey King's body faintly trembled. Looking inside his body, he discovered that it wasn't just his body that was damaged. There was also a small hole on the top of his divine soul. There was also a small hole on the top of the demon nascent soul's head, and its essence kept leaking out. The netherworld ghost Monkey King felt that his consciousness was quickly disappearing. How could this be, when a late-stage golden elixir cultivator killing a demon king wasn't something that had never happened before, but it was extremely rare? This ghost Monkey King really didn't expect to face such a scene today. At the last moment of his life, the ghost Monkey King of the netherworld was enlightened. Yes, it was the moment when he and I passed by each other. With this thought, the ghost Monkey King's body softened and fell heavily to the ground. This scene clearly fell in the eyes of Wang Lin, Shi Tianhao, and the others who had already arrived at the surroundings and were secretly watching the battle. The ghost Monkey King didn't think clearly until the last moment of his life. Wang Lin and Shi Tianhao, who had already reached the nascent divinity realm, naturally saw through it at a glance. Shi Tianhao slightly tilted his head. "Third senior brother, do they look alike?" Wang Lin calmly replied, "Heavenly blue light needle, jade dragon flame of the Jade Dragon clan." Behind him, Yang Qing, Li Yuanfang, and Luo Qingwu nodded together. The concept is very similar, but it has already been integrated into the sword Dao, forming a style of its own. Luo Qingwu witnessed the whole process of Chu Yang using the Northwest Heavenly Sword and the West Heavenly Sword to counterattack and kill the ghost Monkey King. She pondered and said, "So that's how it is." No wonder Master said that by observing his sword Dao, Xiaowu can comprehend her own innate six directions sword Dao by analogy. But it's only the innate six directions sword Dao. Later on, everyone has a different path. While she was thinking, Shi Tianhao asked, "Little junior sister, what do you think of this person's sword Dao?" Luo Qingwu giggled. "Little senior brother, don't tease Xiao Wu. Although Xiao Wu concentrates on practicing the sword, her cultivation is too far behind you and third senior brother. If we really talk about sword Dao, little senior brother, you're better than Xiao Wu." Shi Tianhao shook his head. "My sword Dao has my own understanding, but it actually leans towards Master's heaven-punishing sword Qi. You're different. You're completely independent. Even Master will only give you some pointers on the basis of your own understanding. He won't put any extra influence on you. You practice the innate six directions sword Dao and the great four-elephant immortal killing sword. Although you refer to other sword Dao, The sword intent is your own concept that is independent of all the swords in the world. What you refer to is the technique, not the Tao. Luo Qingwu stopped smiling and didn't rush to answer. Instead, she thought carefully for a while before answering. He has already obtained the true inheritance of that sword Tao, but from what he has shown so far, he's still at the beginning stage. As expected, he hid his true skills during the Kunlun Mountain Spell Conference. This sword Tao inheritance is the great Nine Heavens godly sword of Elysium. This is something that we all know. It's the same as the sword Tao of Elysium's elder, heavenly spirit elder, that was refined by the life and death, nether Tao fruit of the king of the underworld. Luo Qingwu said, "Only when you practice the great Nine Heavens godly sword to the level of elder heavenly spirit can you be considered to have reached the next level. But if you want to reach the peak, there's still a long way to go." However, even if it's just the beginning stage, it's already very powerful. Wang Lin said silently, "The great heavenly Tao and the great heavenly wheel are the foundation of the Elysium. And the great Nine Heavens godly sword is the great Tao of divine powers that the Elysium created to improve. Even if it doesn't surpass the great heavenly Tao and the great heavenly wheel, it's at least unique. It's a different path that runs parallel with the great heavenly Tao and broadens the path of the ancient Elysium. If this sword Tao continues to develop, it might be able to feed back the great heavenly Tao, allowing the great heavenly Tao to improve as well. The people of the Elysium may have had such thoughts when they created this sword." Shi Tianhao smiled and said, "It's also because the ancient Elysium died young. Otherwise, if their Nine Heavens godly sword really appeared, they might have used their sword to send the Shushan immortal heavenly sword to destruction." Li Yuanfang said calmly, "If his secret is exposed, he will be targeted by the Great Zhou dynasty." Yang Qing said, "After all, he is old friends with our sect. We will naturally keep his secret. If the Great Zhou dynasty makes things difficult for him, we will protect him." Li Yuanfang and Luo Qingwu nodded in unison. That's how it should be. Their doppelgangers, which were completely identical to their real bodies, were obtained because of Chu Yang. About a year ago in the boundless world, Chu Yang had coincidentally obtained a treasure called the Seal Spirit Stone when he was traveling. It could help cultivators below the Yuanying stage to create a doppelganger that was completely identical to their real bodies. Mystiques and spiritual power could be perfectly replicated. The waves of spiritual sense, spiritual power aura, and appearance were all completely identical. It could also be cultivated and promoted along with the real body. However, the cultivation of the doppelganger would always be one level lower than the real body. At the same time, this doppelganger could not attain primordial spirit Tao. Even so, it was quite effective when used properly. Chu Yang obtained a total of 9 of these Seal Spirit Stones. He used one for himself and used it to fool Li Baitao during the incident at Beyond Heaven Mountain. As for the remaining 8, he gave half to Wu Yunliang. Wu Yunliang kept it a secret and did not rush to give it to the outstanding disciples of the sect during the Golden Elixir period. He only distributed it after the Battle of Shushan. As for the other half, Chu Yang gave it to Xianmen Tianzong. Of course, his plan was to give it to Luo Qingwu. Later, because of the appearance of Mount Yujing, Xiao Yan, and the others on the mountain, out of consideration for war preparations, Luo Qingwu and Li Yuanfang each used one. They were not directly participating in the battle. Instead, they each used the Yin-Yang Sea and the Yin-Yang Life and Death formation to deal with the enemy. The 2 doppelgangers with lower cultivation levels could also play a supporting role from the side. Together with Zhu Yi's Dragon Ascension technique, they played a significant role. Dao Yuding also received one, but she was not in a hurry to use it. She was Yang Qing's backup, Since Yang Qing had returned to the mountain, she naturally did not need to take risks. Originally, there was another one prepared for Yang Qing. However, when Yang Qing returned to the mountain, she was already in the yuanying stage. Naturally, there was no need for her to take risks. Therefore, Xianmen Tianzong still had 2 seal spirit stones left. They would be used as rewards for meritorious junior disciples in the future. Shi Tianhao smiled and said, "Let's protect him for now." He looked at Chu Yang and saw that there was already an extremely powerful aura pouncing over from the territory of the Hades ghost monkeys. In an instant, it was near Chu Yang. Before Chu Yang came, he had obviously done a general understanding of the surrounding environment. He had also chosen the route of retreat very carefully. He took what he wanted. After killing the Hades ghost monkey king, he ran toward the territory of the Zhuyan demonic apes. Among the primordial demonic apes, the Hades ghost monkeys and the Zhuyan demonic apes had always been at odds. It could be said that among the many branches of the ape race, they had the worst relationship with each other. If it were any other time, the Hades ghost monkeys in the Demon King realm would most likely chase after him. He might really be able to take advantage of the chaos and escape. However, Chu Yang's luck was not very good. Today was obviously a little special. The Hades Great Sage, who occupied the Hades Peak, was not a threat. In fact, when he first glanced at Chu Yang, the Hades Great Sage had a vague feeling that something was wrong. Then he focused all his attention on Lin Feng and did not care about the fight between his clansmen. However, other than the Hades Great Sage, the Hades ghost monkeys and other great demons who had attained indestructible demonic souls were also waiting for him. With their cultivation, no matter how strange Chu Yang's heavenly crushing sword was, it was impossible for him to kill their clansmen under their noses. However, Wang Lin had secretly shielded Chu Yang. It was only after the Hades ghost monkey king died that the few great demons reacted. A Hades ghost monkey that had attained indestructible demonic soul immediately left the Hades Peak and chased after Chu Yang, who had dared to kill his clansmen. This Hades ghost monkey, who was known as the Great Sage, was originally guarding the distance with his clan leader. When he suddenly realized that his clansmen had not been able to take down a young cultivator of the Golden Elixir period and had been killed instead, he was instantly enraged. Although Chu Yang's Northwest Serene Heaven Sword was profound, the gap between their realms was too great. Very soon, the Great Sage caught up to him. Chapter 903, The Demonic Aura, which felt like the sky was pressing down on him, almost paralyzed Chu Yang. He Lin Great Sage didn't even need to spit out the 9 Serenity's chilly wind. His demonic aura alone was enough to make Chu Yang feel like his spirit was frozen. This feeling, a great demon with an indestructible demonic soul. Chu Yang's heart immediately sank. In the depths of his spirit, a blurry shadow shook. Looking closely, it seemed to be a long sword. However, half of it seemed to be real, while the other half was light and shadow. It didn't really take a physical form, but floated in Chu Yang's spirit. About 4/9 of this sword shadow looked real, while 5/9 were light and shadow. It's a pity that I don't have time to smelt the celestial crystal into it. Otherwise, there would be more hope. Chu Yang knew that the gap between him and the enemy was too big. He might not be able to escape even if he used all his skills. However, he still kept his cool and tried to fight for his last chance. However, he also felt a little strange. The place where he took the celestial crystal and killed the ghost monkey king was clearly very far from the 9 Serenity's peak. Could it be that his luck was so bad that he just happened to run into a 9 Serenity's ghost monkey with an indestructible demonic soul paying attention to what was happening here? Even so, if his immediate family hadn't been killed, a great Saint Level 9 Serenity's ghost monkey wouldn't have condescended to personally chase after him. It would have been normal for him to send a few stronger ghost monkey kings. Was his luck really that bad? While thinking gloomily, Chu Yang prepared for his last fight. He didn't expect to injure the enemy. Instead, he used all his strength on the northwest Nether Heaven sword in order to escape quickly. Chu Yang didn't even have time to pay attention to his back. He didn't even divert his divine sense to sweep behind him, let alone turn around to look. It would only be a waste of time and make his chances of escaping even smaller. At this moment, there was an extremely huge black ape behind him. It had a green face and fangs, and it was breathing cold air from its bloody mouth. It was very close to Chu Yang. At this moment, the void between heaven and earth suddenly shook. A figure had already stepped out from it and looked at Chu Yang and the Heilin Great Sage with a smile. It was a purple-clothed young man with a golden beast fur coat. On the outside, his figure was extremely tall and straight, and he looked extremely handsome. His smooth, jet-black hair hung loosely behind him. As soon as he appeared in front of the Heilin Great Sage. The Heilin Great Sage's vision blurred. The young man in purple stretched out his hand and grabbed him. The majestic dark Great Sage's movements didn't seem fast, but he just couldn't dodge. His huge body, that was thousands of feet tall, was directly grabbed by the young man's hand. The young man opened his palm, and the space around him was folded. It wasn't that the majestic dark Great Sage's body had shrunk. Rather, the space around him had been compressed. Heilin Great Sage was shocked at first. Then he became furious, and violent energy surged around him. He, the ghost monkey of the Nine Nether, was not known for his physical strength among the many branches of the primordial demonic ape clan, but that was only relative to the other ape clans. In fact, compared to the other demon clans, the ghost monkey of the Nine Nether was not weak. However, he couldn't move at all after being grabbed by the young man. The young man increased his strength and squeezed gently. The Heilin Li Great Sage felt as if all the bones in his body were about to be crushed. What kind of demon is this guy in human form? Does the human race have such a strong body? The Heilin Li Great Sage was shocked and angry. He looked up to the sky and let out a long howl. A large amount of netherworld wind gushed out and filled the sky, shrouding the young man. At the same time as the Dowlord Great Sage let out a long hiss, his eyes shone with a strange brilliance, as if condensing into a strange shadow of a monkey that was roaring at the sky in the void. The Dowlord Great Sage's body, on the other hand, showed a bit of dullness and dullness. This was his trump card. It was an innate magic that could only be obtained after the Hei Great King reached the undying demon soul realm. The Heilin Li Great Sage's soul-shattering roar. The roar was directly aimed at the opponent's divine soul. Combined with the netherworld wind, its power was multiplied. It was a powerful divine soul technique. With one roar, the primordial soul realm or undying demon soul realm of humans and demons within a radius of thousands of miles would have their divine souls shattered, except for a few exceptions. Even human cultivators who had cultivated the primordial soul or great demons who had cultivated the undying demon soul might have their primordial soul and demon soul shattered when facing this technique. They would be seriously injured. This technique was launched from the divine soul and also affected the divine soul. No matter how strong the body's magic power was, the defensive effect it could play was limited. The divine soul technique was restrained by the powerful yang qi and could be easily broken. However, at the level of the Heilin Li Great Sage, the activation of his race's innate magic power was no longer something that could be broken by the simple yang qi and blood. Even if he was broken, he could still pose a threat to the enemy's divine soul. At least, It would be a situation where both sides would suffer. The Heilin Li Great Sage's long howl was not only aimed at the purple-robed young man in front of him, but also intended to kill Chu Yang. Unexpectedly, the purple-robed young man in a golden beast coat chuckled. Suddenly, countless purple lightning flashed in the palm that grabbed the Heilin Li Great Sage, and terrifying purple-green lightning snakes jumped continuously. He suddenly added some strength to his palm. Immediately, the sound of bones cracking could be heard incessantly. The Heilin Li Great Sage's entire body was twisted. The violent lightning made the Heilin Li Great Sage cry out miserably, and he immediately stopped the netherworld's soul-shattering roar. The long hiss, which had shaken the hearts of all the nascent divinity cultivators and made them shudder with fear, had just opened its mouth when it seemed to have been cut off by someone with a pair of scissors, leaving only a trace of a shrill sound echoing between heaven and earth. The strange monkey shadow that was roaring at the sky in the void was twisted by the dancing lightning and immediately shattered. Holding the dying Heilin Li Great Sage in his hand, the purple-robed young man turned to look at Chu Yang and said with a smile, "Why did you come to the infinite mainland? And you even went all the way here." The young man in purple was naturally sure Tianhao. Chu Yang looked at him and let out a sigh of relief. However, a strange feeling suddenly rose in his heart, as if he had lost something. This feeling came without any reason, and even Chu Yang himself didn't know what was going on, and he couldn't figure it out. Shaking his head to get rid of the stray thoughts, Chu Yang cupped his fists and bowed to Shi Tianhao. "Thank you, Elder Shi. I will never forget this." After Xiao Yan and Shi Tianhao proved their essence soul Dao and displayed their powerful strength in a great battle on Yujing Mountain, the entire divine land was once again shocked. The title of the 4 heroes of the celestial sect also spread like wildfire and gained more and more people's respect. However, the 4 of them had never intended to give themselves honorific titles, and there was no news of their Taoist titles in Xianmen Tianzong. Therefore, the outside world had a variety of titles for them, but they gradually became unified in the end. This kind of thing was actually common. For example, the Xianlin Taoist of Taishu Temple was actually a title given to him by the outside world, and not his own Taoist title in Taishu Temple. Among them, Xiao Yan and Wang Lin's honorific titles were still controversial, while Shi Tianhao and Zhu Yi's were widely known, and there was basically a consensus. As early as when he was still in the gold core stage, he had attracted the attention of hundreds of sages. Zhu Yi already had the title of a half-sage. After he proved his primordial spirit, the golden bridge of the Nirvana realm was with him. The title of Yi officially spread throughout China and was recognized by the world. As for Shi Tianhao, because of his cave abode in the desolate Sky Valley and the title of Desolate Sky Marquis in the Great Qin Dynasty, he obtained the title of Heavenly Venerable Huang after he proved his essence soul Dao. Other than the Great Qin Dynasty and the Great Zhou Dynasty, there were a few people who called him Heavenly Emperor Huang or Emperor Huang. However, it only spread for a while and soon died down. However, many people thought that the current Shi Tianhao was only in the essence soul incarnation realm. With the strength and potential he had shown, it was only a matter of time before he would be called Heavenly Emperor Huang in the future. Just like the Celestial Emperor and the Thunder Emperor in the ancient times, that was still the era of the human emperor. As for the way the outside world called him, Shi Tianhao had always been noncommittal. He did not express approval or objection. Therefore, although the outside world called him Heavenly Venerable Huang, many people in front of him, because they did not understand what he meant, they still called him Dao Venerable Shi or Elder Shi. Of course, there were also many cultivators below the essence soul realm who called him Senior Shi. Yes, Senior Shi, who was now 30 years old. Among those who called him, that there were many old Yuanian cultivators who were thousands of years old. The heavens beyond mountain that Chu Yang came from was now completely dependent on Xianmen Tianzong. Therefore, the people of the heavens beyond mountain often called Shi Tianhao Elder Shi, just like Xianmen Tianzong's family. I came to the territory of the ghost monkey clan to search for a treasure, and I was still at the outskirts of the territory. I never expected that I would alarm a ghost monkey at the indestructible demonic soul stage to pursue me. Chu Yang didn't conceal anything when facing Shi Tianhao, and he spoke frankly. Seeing that Shi Tianhao did not look like he was just passing by, it was very likely that he had seen him use the Nine Heavens divine sword. Therefore, Chu Yang said frankly, the ancient gate of heaven was destroyed in the hands of Jihuang Xinyuan, and some of the treasures of the gate of heaven became the spoils of war of the primordial demonic ape clan. I found some clues, so I came all the way here to try my luck. Shi Tianhao held the hellish great sage in his hand and looked in the direction of the Nine Nether Peak in the distant sky. He smiled and said, "Your luck is not very good." Hearing this, Chu Yang smiled bitterly. In the distant sky, there was already a huge light shadow. It was a ghost monkey of 9 nether that was much stronger than the hellish great sage. Its eyes were like the ghost lanterns of the underworld, staring straight at Shi Tianhao. It was the hellish great sage. Since the hellish great sage of the immortal demon soul realm was captured, the hellish great sage could no longer sit still. However, he did not dare to act rashly because he had already recognized Shi Tianhao. He secretly complained in his heart. He was originally guarding against Lin Feng, but in the end, Lin Feng's disciples still came in front of him. He was not afraid of Shi Tianhao, but fighting with Shi Tianhao would definitely attract Lin Feng. However, he was immediately shocked because he found that his disciple alone was not easy to deal with. Next to Shi Tianhao, a young man in purple slowly walked out. He looked calm and indifferent, and his temperament was very ordinary. The only thing that was more eye-catching was the white hair floating behind him. Wang Lin's eyes were calm. Silently, he looked through the layers of void and looked at the 9 nether peak below the hellish great sage. He wondered what secrets were hidden here. Chapter 904. The abysmal great sage looked between Shi Tianhao and Wang Lin expressionlessly. Although he was a great demon at the astral soul unification realm, the two people in front of him did not give him the feeling that they were easy to deal with, even if they were just 2 cultivators at the primordial spirit embodiment realm. However, he was not afraid at all. The 9th Serene Peak was the ancestral land of the Netherworld Ghost Monkey Clan. If the 2 people dared to attack, they would definitely not be able to bear the consequences. Moreover, the 9th Serene Peak was also where the Deep Spirit Mountain was located. If the matter was made too big, the entire primordial demonic ape clan would be alarmed. The only thing that made the abysmal great sage afraid was that it would attract the attention of Lin Feng, which would be bad. However, the awe-inspiring great sage was captured by Shi Tianhao, so he had to get his revenge first. Otherwise, he would not have the face to be the clan leader of the Netherworld Ghost Monkey Clan. As he was thinking about this, the abysmal great sage suddenly noticed that Wang Lin's gaze was not actually on him, but was observing the 9th Serene Peak. This discovery made the abysmal great sage feel bad. Could it be that the master of the celestial sect has noticed it? As he was thinking, a thunderbolt suddenly fell from the sky and hit the top of the 9th Serene Peak. The thunderbolt was not of a single color, but was composed of 4 intertwined colors of red, yellow, green, and blue. It was quite mysterious. Each thunderbolt was like a thin thread of 4 colors intertwined together. Although the 4 colors together formed a thunderbolt, they were clearly distinguishable. On top of the 4-colored thunderbolt, there were 2 colors of black and white that flickered and struck the ninth serene peak with the momentum of splitting the sky. The abysmal great sage roared, and the chilly wind roared above the ninth serene peak. The gloomy clouds were gloomy as if it had turned into a boundless ghost domain. The netherworld, the ninth serene chilly wind, which was like black rays of light, was densely intertwined and spiraled together, turning into a huge black ball of light that shrouded the ninth serene peak. Almost at the moment when the black ball of light was formed, the thunderbolt immediately fell and hit the top of the ball of light. The ball of light suddenly shook violently, and the black rays of light broke and disintegrated layer by layer. The abysmal great sage was stunned. What realm is this person in? Even the nine heavens' divine thunder of the thunder beast, Anphra, shouldn't be this powerful. Not daring to be the slightest bit negligent, Netherworld great sage revealed his true form and let out a long roar. His eyes were actually crying tears of blood. The blood transformed into a faint radiance and floated upwards, forming talisman patterns one after another. Then all of them merged into the light ball that enveloped the Netherworld peak. The light ball lit up again, but the four-colored thunderbolt flashing with black and white radiance seemed to have no end to its power. The four colors hovered, and the power kept transforming, bombarding abysmal great sage, who was struggling to support himself by relying on his own ancestral land. While abysmal sage was supporting himself, he suddenly felt a gaze falling on the abysmal peak below him, as if it had passed through layers of rocks and demonic power prohibition, and kept looking down and inside. He still has some strength left. Abysmal great sage's heart turned cold. Being scanned by him like this, I've definitely been discovered. That gaze swept over a certain place and suddenly paused for a moment. Then it retracted, and the terrifying lightning also gradually dissipated. The sky was densely covered with thunderclouds, but even these thunderclouds disappeared very quickly, as if everything that had happened just now was just an illusion. But Shi Tianhao and Wang Lin's eyes flashed at the same time, and they rushed towards the Netherworld peak side by side. Abysmal great sage was expressionless. Although his heart was heavy, it was impossible for him to sit still and let Shi Tianhao and Wang Lin come and go as they pleased. Immediately, he stimulated his demonic power to meet the two of them. As a member of the Netherworld Ghost Monkey Clan, when he revealed his true form, his power would also increase greatly. But this type of demonic clan did not rely on the majestic power of merging heaven and earth with their true form. Instead, they further used this power to strengthen their demonic soul. This had nothing to do with their usual cultivation, but was purely a means of fighting with external enemies. This made the Netherworld Ghost Monkey Clan's demonic soul stronger than other demonic clans in battle. They could display many secret techniques to avoid the enemy's strong points and attack their weak points. They were unpredictable, making it impossible for their opponents to defend against them. At this moment, Abysmal Great Sage directly turned his demonic soul into a mass of black fog, which shrouded the Netherworld peak. In the black fog, streams of Netherworld wind circled back and forth, not blowing away the black fog, but complementing it. Wherever the black fog reached, it almost turned into a dead zone, except for Abysmal Great Sage's clansmen. As long as the others were below the integration of star and soul, as long as they dared to step into the black fog, their demonic soul, primordial spirit, and divine soul would be immediately frozen, leaving only an empty shell. But soon, Abysmal Great Sage found that he had encountered a very difficult opponent. Wang Lin stepped on the void, moving forward step by step. His expression was calm and composed, as if he was on an outing. However, numerous streams of dim yellow and gloomy water surged out from his body, and they rose and fell as they transformed into a nether river that flowed ceaselessly, yet didn't make a single sound. As soon as the black fog and the chilly wind came into contact with the long river of the underworld, they suddenly fluctuated violently. The black fog was constantly being purified, and the chilly wind that was like a black ray was constantly breaking, as if it was a real black silk thread. And the netherworld true water, which purified all things and made all living beings avoid it, also met its match. All the dim yellow river water that was mixed with the broken black thread was rapidly frozen, as if it had been condensed into ice. The netherworld wind and the netherworld true water, these two fierce creatures, were constantly colliding, but the black fog and chilly wind could no longer block Wang Lin's way. Under Wang Lin's feet, there was a very ordinary-looking stone bridge made of dark blue stone, covered with thick moss. Silently, it stood across the Wangchuan River, exuding an ancient and desolate aura, as if it had existed since ancient times. It was Wang Lin's bridge of helplessness. The surging netherworld true water poured into the bridge of helplessness, making the stone bridge seem to come alive, carrying Wang Lin through the chilly wind and black fog. Wang Lin walked calmly on the bridge, with a huge dark palace above his head. Like a city, streaks of netherworld wind fell like black light, and the black palace flashed, and layers of light isolated the netherworld wind. There was a calm look in Wang Lin's eyes, unlike when he fought with people before he formed the nascent soul, which was cold and resolute, but it made people feel even more terrified. The great sage of the Nine Nether was not afraid, but he had a headache because he found that Wang Lin's magical power seemed to faintly restrain the innate magical power of his ghost monkey clan. In the case that the netherworld wind was offset by the netherworld true water, he actually couldn't do anything to Wang Lin. He tried to use the spirit technique to attack Wang Lin, but he hit a wall again. Facing the spirit technique, Wang Lin was even more relaxed than Shi Tianhao. In terms of cultivation level, the great sage of the Nine Nether, who had manifested his demon true form, was stronger than Wang Lin, who had just formed the essence soul. However, in terms of divine powers, all of them happened to be Wang Lin's strengths, and even faintly restrained. For a moment, even the great sage of the Nine Nether, who had been in Tianhuang mainland for many years, felt like a tiger trying to bite a hedgehog. The great sage of the Nine Nether roared angrily in the black fog, and suddenly a few spots of light lit up in the black fog. It was the light of the stars, not formed by dermic powers, but real starlight. The great sage of the Nine Nether activated the stars that he had refined. This was purely to hurt people. Seeing this, Wang Lin's expression did not change at all. Silently, he said, "Feng Tianjun, please show yourself." A young man in black, with a cold expression, suddenly appeared beside Wang Lin, holding a large purple flag that was fluttering in the wind. The flag was flashing with light and shadow. It was the Dharma treasure primordial spirit of the mysterious sky god sealing flag, named Feng Tianjun, after being upgraded by Lin Feng. This treasure had reached the Mahayana level and could restrict the essence souls of Tao integration experts. However, if it was released, Tao integration experts could only release one essence soul at a time. After reaching the Mahayana level, Feng Tianjun could move freely and control his body, the mysterious sky god sealing flag. However, he was rather indifferent and lazy, so he had no objections when Lin Feng ordered him to follow Wang Lin. Although Wang Lin was only at the essence soul embodiment realm, after witnessing Wang Lin's divine powers and dermic powers, Feng Tianjun had no objections to following him. In particular, Wang Lin was more to his liking and would not disturb him most of the time, which made him very satisfied. After Feng Tianjun appeared, he glanced at the great sage of the Nine Nether. Without saying anything, he directly patted the flagpole of the mysterious sky god sealing flag. Light and shadow flashed on the flag, and the essence soul of the hall master of the underworld hall, Su Anda, flew down. Suanda glanced coldly at Wang Lin and Feng Tianjun. He was too lazy to talk nonsense. His hands changed hand seals, and he had already turned the black mist that the great sage of the underworld hall had transformed into. Apart from not having a Dharma treasure with him, he had perfectly preserved all his cultivation realm, divine powers, and dermic powers. He was a top figure among the Tao integration experts. Even if he was unarmed, Suanda would not be at a disadvantage against the great sage of the Nine Nether, who had revealed his true form. The great sage of the Nine Nether couldn't be distracted and could only watch helplessly as Wang Lin stepped on the bridge of helplessness and walked toward the ninth nether peak in the depths of the black mist. A series of anxious roars came from the black mist. The protective restriction of the ancestral land of the ninth nether peak was activated again, blocking Wang Lin outside. However, Shi Tianhao had also stepped on the bridge of helplessness at this time. He arrived outside the ninth nether peak with a smile and attacked the restriction of the ninth nether peak with Wang Lin. The great sage of the nine nether peak was a little angry. That greedy pig, why hasn't he come back yet? As he was thinking about this, Shi Tianhao and Wang Lin's movements paused at the same time. They expanded their divine senses and immediately felt an extremely huge aura rushing over from afar. Its target was the two of them. Looking back, they saw the distant sky suddenly split open, and a huge monster rushed out of the void. It roared and rushed toward the ninth nether peak, charging toward Shi Tianhao and Wang Lin. This guy was even bigger than the entire ninth nether peak. He had a ferocious face, and two huge fangs protruded out of his mouth. His whole body was purple, covered with blue patterns, and burning with raging flames. He kept letting out low roars that sounded like muffled thunder. The ferocious bluish-purple demonic fire was the most overbearing of the 7 great true fires, the nether evil flame. But looking at it, it was clearly a pig. Shi Tianhao and Wang Lin didn't laugh. Instead, they were slightly stunned. The fire beast Feng Kong? Hasn't this demon gone extinct since the Middle Ages? This huge beast that looked like a wild boar, but was so huge that it could trample heaven and earth, burning with the nether evil flame. It was a great demon of the Feng Kong clan that had run amok in the primitive age, the ancient age, and the Middle Age. Chapter 9:05. The dark evil flame was one of the 7 great true fires in the world. It was said that the dark evil flame, true fire, came from the netherworld purgatory and was extremely domineering. Like the netherworld wind and the netherworld true water, the source of this fire was also the netherworld sea. In the netherworld sea, apart from the netherworld wind that seemed to freeze the world and the netherworld true water that could purify all things, there was also this violent purple-blue flame that seemed to burn everything. In terms of pure destructive power, the dark evil flame was above the netherworld wind and the netherworld true water. As the king of all fires in terms of pure destructive power, the other 6 great true fires had to retreat before it. Since ancient times, in the history of the great heaven primordial world, only the Feng Kong clan had been able to refine and control this fire. Feng Kong was also known as the fire beast. Like the thunder beast Ong Pa and the dark beast Ming Du, they were all demons that had developed one type of power to the extreme. Excluding the Phoenix clan that had been living in seclusion since the primordial age, the active Feng Kong was known as the King of Fire, even more so than the Golden Crow clan. However, this demon race gradually became extinct in the Middle Era and never appeared again. Even the great heaven primordial world and the vast land of infinite wasteland had tacitly agreed that this demon race was extinct. After Feng Kai went extinct, the nether evil flame also disappeared along with it. There were no longer any humans or demons who cultivated and controlled this demonic fire in the world. Only until Xiao Yan appeared out of nowhere did this true fire, with shocking destructive power, once again appear in front of the world. The Feng Kong in front of them moved its 4 hooves, and in the blink of an eye, it had already rushed behind Shi Tianhao and Wang Lin. Under the impact of the violent power, the void around the 9 Serenities peak was shattered. Even the black fog that the 9 Serenities' great sage had turned into kept surging and retreating. From the moment this glutton appeared, it revealed its true form. It was extremely ferocious, and even Su Anda frowned slightly when he saw it. Like Juyo Great Sage, this demon was at the unity of the stars and souls level, but its divine powers and dermic powers were stronger. After showing its true form, even Su Anda, the master of the underworld hall, would have a headache fighting it empty-handed. Wang Lin and Shi Tianhao looked at each other. It's about the same as Jiuying just now, but it might be a little stronger in terms of pure destructive power. Up till now, I'm afraid that only the Golden Rock Great Sage of the Cloud Forest World back then can defeat the Astral Soul Fusion Realm Great Demon that I've personally seen. Tisk, Golden Cicada, has gathered a lot of subordinates. Sure, Tianhao shook his head. Third senior brother, continue attacking the mountain. Leave this pig to me. As he spoke, the stone sword was already in his hand. When Shi Tianhao opened and closed his eyes, a bright light flashed. He was actually quite excited. After all, I can't fight to the death with eldest senior brother. It's really rare to meet an opponent who can also use the nether evil flame. His aura skyrocketed as he took one step after another. While he was much smaller than Feng Kong, his raging aura seemed to be on par with that of a small primordial fierce beast. The man and the beast collided, and the world seemed to tremble. The shock waves that spread out from the center of the collision made Wang Lin, Su Anda, and Abysmal Great Sage all have to be careful. Feng Kong, who was charging at them with an aura that seemed to be able to crush everything in the world, came to an abrupt halt. He stopped where he was and even took a few steps back. There was a deep sword wound on his forehead that was dripping with blood. Feng Kong seemed to be unable to react. After a while, he flew into a rage, and his eyes glowed red. Shi Tianhao was sent flying, and the stone sword was knocked out of his hand. However, Shi Tianhao still managed to dissipate most of the force, and he regained his footing. With a wave of his hand, the stone sword was back in his control. He stared at Feng Kong in front of him with great interest. Its attack and defense are both stronger than Jiuying's, and the power of the nether evil flame is also stronger than Jiuying's in water and in fire. However, it seems that its recovery ability is not as strong as Jiuying's. Its skin is thicker, and it's not easy for it to recover after being injured. Feng Kong glared at Shi Tianhao, and his raging aura seemed to be able to destroy the world. Blue and purple demonic flames rose all over his body, making him look extremely frightening. It was especially so when specks of starlight appeared in the nether evil flame, which was already terrifying to begin with. He revealed his true form the moment they met, because he had always done so. In truth, he did not expect Shi Tianhao to be so strong before he actually made his move, so he did not go all out. But at that moment, the Feng Kong was completely provoked by Shi Tianhao. Old pig is in a very bad mood. I'm going to fill my stomach with you. Feng Kong's blood-red eyes were filled with rage and coldness. One of the favorite foods of the Feng Kong clan was the red fire copper, one of the 6 great rare metals in the world. Feng Kong had been coveting the red fire copper mine at the foot of the small secondary mountain, the ancestral land of the Juyan demonic apes, for a long time. Every time he thought of it, he would drool. But because of his fear of Great Saint Juyan, he had to suppress the fire of hunger that seemed to be able to ignite in him. Usually, he would not have been able to wait outside the small secondary mountain, waiting for Great Saint Juyen to leave before finding an opportunity to enter the mountain. This time, he had finally managed to hide near the mountain, and Great Saint Juyen happened to be looking for Golden Cicada with Lin Feng. Feng Kong could not hold back anymore and sneaked to the mountain, ready to seize the opportunity to feast. But just as the mountain appeared in front of him, he received news that Jiuyou Peak was under attack, and he was forced to rush back. One could only imagine how frustrated and angry Feng Kong was. In the end, not only did he not get to vent his anger, he even got another wound on his forehead, which made him even angrier. Unexpectedly, there was a scene that made him even angrier. He saw Shi Tianhao staring at him with a pair of bright eyes. "Pig demon, you look very appetizing." Great Saint Feng Kong was dumbfounded, and when he came to his senses, he became even more furious, roaring and rushing at Shi Tianhao. Shi Tianhao was not afraid at all, and he went up to him with great enthusiasm, looking even more enthusiastic than Great Saint Feng Kong. "Come on, come on, come on. It's been a long time since I've been so greedy. I can eat for a long time after I kill you." As Shi Tianhao and Feng Kong fought fiercely, Wang Lin did not stay idle either. He attacked Jiuyou Peak with all his strength, but after the restriction of the ancestral land of Jiuyou Peak was opened, Great Saint Jiuyou's strength was also enhanced, complementing the ancestral land, which made it difficult for Wang Lin and Su Anda to deal with. Wang Lin's expression did not change, and he thought, the strength of the demon race in their ancestral land is quite obvious, and this is just Jiuyou Peak. If it was a place like the main peak of the Spirit Abyss Mountain, the restriction would be even more powerful. While the Jiuyou Peak was quite noisy, there was not much reaction in other places of the Spirit Abyss Mountain. A faint wall of light, like a curtain, shrouded Jiuyou Peak. It carefully did not obstruct the normal flow of Spirit Abyss Mountain spirit chi, so as to avoid attracting the attention of the main peak of the Spirit Abyss Mountain. But if it dragged on for too long, it would still be discovered. After all, the Spirit Abyss Mountain was the nest of the primordial demon apes. Even if the Great Sage and Great Saint Juyen were not there, it was possible that other great demon apes would find out after a long time. In the void in the distance, Lin Feng stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the road that had completely taken shape in front of him with a smile, but he did not step on it. Great Saint Juyen stood beside him, looking in the direction of Jiuyou Peak with a faint smile on his face. Min Zhao has lost his head in Jiuyou. His men colluded with Golden Cicada, and it can be said that they were bewitched. But as the leader of Jiuyou Peak, he colluded with Golden Cicada. Not to mention others, Tong Tian will be the first to settle accounts with him. It seems that Golden Cicada has promised to help him go through the tribulation. Hee, how can it be so easy to eat this meat? Lin Feng turned his head and looked at him. "Why? Are you interested in going to Jiuyou Peak?" Great Saint Juyen grinned and said without concealment, "Normally I would be happy to, but now it's more important to find Golden Cicada." Lin Feng smiled faintly and said, "I'm going to Jiuyou Peak." Great Saint Juyen looked at the road formed by the light in front of him and rolled his eyes. "Do you mean that the road in front of us is actually leading to a trap, and that Jiuyou Peak is where Golden Cicada is hiding?" Lin Feng said, "Golden Cicada himself is not there, but that is his vital place." Great Saint Juyen asked, "Did the master of the celestial sect already see this? Then why do you insist on letting this road take shape completely instead of rushing to Jiuyou Peak as soon as possible?" Lin Feng pinched an incantation with his right hand and pointed at the light road. Then he stepped in the void and walked in the direction of Jiuyou Peak. The light road began to extend in the opposite direction, following him all the way. Wherever he walked, it was the road. Fishing always requires fishing lines, Lin Feng said calmly. He put his hands behind his back and walked leisurely. Great Saint Ju Yen looked at the road that extended in the opposite direction behind Lin Feng and nodded. He immediately followed Lin Feng and walked toward Jio Peak. At this moment, the fierce battle was still going on at Jio Peak. Because of the support of the ancestral land of the Ghost Monkey Clan, Jio Great Saint and Great Saint Feng Tian were not at a disadvantage and even had some advantages. In particular, Great Saint Feng Tian was stronger than the nine-headed fierce beast Great Saint. When he attacked with all his strength, his advantage over Shi Tianhao was even more obvious. However, this advantage could not be turned into victory in a short period of time. But as time went by, Great Saint Feng Tian's mind, which had been clouded by anger, became clear again. His eyes stared at Shi Tianhao and kept turning. At this moment, he had recognized both Shi Tianhao and Wang Lin. Not good at all. I was deceived by Min Zhao Jio. He only said that there was an enemy attack, but he didn't say who the enemy was. He tricked me into coming back. The two disciples of the Master of the Celestial Gate are here. The secret of Jio Peak has been exposed. I'm afraid the Master of the Celestial Gate will soon come. Master's plan has already failed. Even if he himself rushed over, it would still take time. However, if the leader of the celestial sect of wonders arrived first, I'm afraid he would quickly capture this old pig. I would end up like third junior brother. When that time comes, I may be made into a roasted pig and end up in this brat's stomach, not to mention filling his stomach with this brat. I'd better run away. At this thought, flames surged all over Great Saint Feng Tian's body, covering his whole body. At first, Shi Tianhao thought that he was going to fight with his life. But when he took a closer look, he saw that Great Saint Feng Tian's skin and flesh were scorched by the overbearing evil flame of the underworld, and he was screaming. Following that, Great Sage Feng Tian's enormous body actually started to burn incessantly. After his flesh and blood were burned away, even his bones started to burn and turned into nothingness. They were all incinerated by the domineering nether evil flame. This sudden scene surprised not only Shi Tianhao, but also Wang Lin, Su Anda, and Abysmal Sage, who were beside him, couldn't react in time, and were all stunned on the spot. Chapter 906. The light curtain surrounding the ninth serene peak not only served to isolate the flow of information, but also to block the other party's escape route. Although Lin Feng's Brontosaurus avatar had just scanned the area with his divine sense and confirmed that there was a secret ritual going on in the ninth serene peak, and once it was interrupted, all previous efforts would be in vain, it was difficult to guarantee that the other party would not make a prompt decision to escape. However, at this moment, looking at the spontaneously combusting Feng Kong, Lin Feng did not stop him, because he suddenly realized that the secret technique used by the other party was very interesting. Brontosaurus's avatar was hidden in the void. As his eyes flashed, there seemed to be endless thunder and lightning, and in these eyes, an image was reflected. In the burning body of Great Sage Feng Tian, there seemed to be an invisible path extending out of the light curtain across the layers of void. On the other side, a small valley suddenly lit up with Buddha light, trying to guide this invisible path. Lin Feng looked over and saw a fat monk in a kasaya sitting in the small valley. His body was full of treasure light, and his chest was bare, and he had a big belly. He looked like a fat Luohan. Above the fat monk's head, a Buddha light shadow holding two vajras in his right hand and a bell in his left appeared. The throne was carried by a long-horned sang-sang bird, revealing the true meaning of the perfection of all elements. It was the Dharma body of Bukong Tathagata. This fat monk also looked like an eminent monk, and his Dharma was solemn. Even if he was not a monk, he was still a handsome man. However, from time to time, a hint of slyness and laziness flashed in his eyes. Lin Feng looked at the fat monk, and his heart was slightly moved. He did not stop the Buddha light from guiding the invisible path, allowing the entire path to be connected. Then great sage Feng Tian was swallowed up by the raging netherworld evil flame, and the fat monk in the distant valley, together with the Dharma body above him, was suddenly wrapped up by the raging fire. The blue and purple flame was also the netherworld evil flame. The fierce and domineering demon fire burned on the perfect and peaceful Buddha body, as if the world was going to be destroyed. Even a Buddha would have to suffer and enter the Dharma ending age, unable to be at ease. However, although the fat monk's face was full of pain, he showed an expression of relief, and his heart was at ease. Very soon, the fat monk and the Tathagata Dharmakaya above his head were engulfed by the nether evil flame and burned up completely. However, the nether evil flame was not extinguished. It was still burning. Soon, in the blue and purple flames, a light shadow gradually appeared. The light shadow twisted and revealed an incomparably huge body. Not only did it occupy the entire valley, it even crushed the mountain rocks. A huge wild boar appeared where the valley had been. It had a ferocious expression, and two huge tusks protruded from its mouth. Its entire body was purple and covered with blue patterns. The netherworld evil flame burned fiercely around its body. It was none other than that Feng Kong from before. He had actually burned his dermic clone in exchange for his true self to escape by faking his death. Great sage Tianfeng looked at his surroundings and snorted proudly. Then his figure flashed, and he disappeared on the spot. Lin Feng had watched the whole process of him casting the spell and had learned more about Golden Cicada's Dharma. He had no intention of making things difficult for this pig that had fled at the last minute. He shook his head in amusement and turned his attention back to the 9th serene peak. On the 9th serene peak, Shi Tianhao and the others were also stunned. A look of astonishment flashed across the faces of Wang Lin and Su Anda. Both of them had a contemplative look in their eyes. Then they understood and did not stop great sage Tianfeng from casting the spell. The most important thing at the moment was the 9th serene peak. The other party had fled at the last minute and sold out the 9th serene peak, which was exactly what they wanted. My meat. Shi Tianhao was more depressed. He could only direct his anger at Abysmal Sage. After the initial surprise, Abysmal Sage's heart suddenly became heavy. Great Sage Tianfeng had fled, but he was in a bad situation. He had to face the encirclement of Shi Tianhao, Wang Lin, and Su Ando alone. Under such circumstances, even if he had the support of the ancestral land, the 9th serene peak, he was under great pressure. He could only withdraw his defense and try to wait for Golden Cicada to come to his aid. Unfortunately, he did not wait for Golden Cicada. Instead, Lin Feng and Great Sage Zhu Yin came first. Great Sage Zhu Yin grinned and said, "Min Zhao, do you want to resist to the end?" Abysmal Great Sage looked at Zhu Yin Great Sage and curled his lips. He immediately stopped fighting. There was no point in continuing the fight. He had protected Golden Cicada because he wanted to gain benefits from him. He could not follow Golden Cicada to the end. He was blinded by greed and made a bad move by shielding Golden Cicada. If the matter was not exposed, everyone would be happy. But now that it was exposed, he had offended the Great Sage, the current lord of the ape clan. If he continued to resist stubbornly, Great Sage Zhu Yin, who was the second in command of the ape clan, would not kill him, but he would inevitably suffer. The relationship between his ghost monkey clan and the demonic ape clan was not good to begin with. The current situation was enough for Great Sage Zhu Yin to launch an attack. If he continued to resist stubbornly, he would only suffer more losses. Now that Lin Feng was in front of him, it was not appropriate for great sage Zhu Yan to engage in internal strife. But if he continued to embarrass great sage Zhu Yan, the latter might become angry and take action under the pretext of cleaning up the clan. Moreover, since Lin Feng had come in person, he admitted that he was no match for him. So he needed great sage Zhu Yan's help. Seeing that abysmal sage had admitted defeat, great sage Zhu Yan was naturally in a good mood. He turned to look at Lin Feng and saw that Lin Feng looked calm and also looked at him without saying a word. Looking at the glorious path behind Lin Feng, great sage Zhu Yan said nothing more and directly landed on the 9th serene peak. Min Zhao, hand over what golden cicada left with you, and things can still be resolved. I don't want to destroy your 9th serene peak. Abysmal sage's expression was gloomy. He let out a long roar, and the huge 9th serene peak under him gradually split in half. It was not that the peak was really broken, but that the huge 9th serene peak had turned into a black shadow. Although it was still in the shape of a mountain, it seemed to be between reality and illusion. The shadow was neatly separated from the top of the mountain, revealing a small golden world inside. In that small world, several figures were swaying. 4 of the monks looked up at Lin Feng, and great sage Zhu Yan above and chanted the name of Buddha in unison. Of the 4 monks, one was rather old with 2 long white eyebrows, one was expressionless, but his face was filled with Buddha's light, a young monk who was smiling and a skinny monk who was calm and expressionless. His skin was dark, and he was so thin that he looked like a bag of bones. They were Golden Cicada's 4 Dharma doppelgangers, namely Monk Amitba Guang, Monk Bukong Cheng, Monk Baosheng, and Monk Immovable, other than Monk Dari, who was at the first tier of the Golden Body realm, who was not here. Golden Cicada's other 4 Dharma doppelgangers were all here. They were in a circle, and in the middle was an altar. A youth was sitting cross-legged on the altar, but he seemed to have lost consciousness. It was Zhou Yunsong, who had been abducted by Golden Cicada that day. Above Zhou Yunsong's head, there was a shadow that was hard to see with the naked eye. The shadow flickered, and one could vaguely see that it was Zhou Yunsong's spirit. Monk Baosheng sighed. It's all for naught, it's all for naught. Monk Immovable's expression was still calm, and he said indifferently, it's a risky move, a rather risky thing to do. Monk Bukong Cheng was expressionless. After all, there are some gains, but it's a pity that I didn't manage to do my best. Monk Immeasurable Light, who looked old and frail, raised his head and looked at Lin Feng. The master of the celestial sect of wonders has a good trick. Golden Cicada had never lacked decisiveness. When Shi Tianhao first appeared and rescued Chu Yang from the hands of the majestic Dark Saint, his doppelgangers had already communicated with each other and decided to stop the secret technique and escape with Zhou Yunsong. But very quickly they noticed that their communication with the outside world had already been cut off, and it was even very difficult to contact their main body. The immovable monk and the others then knew that they had indeed been targeted by Lin Feng, and the area around 9 Serene Peak was surrounded. Lin Feng looked at them and shook his head. He stretched out a hand and grabbed at the small golden world. Between his fingers, the small world was already grasped by Lin Feng's 5 fingers. With a gentle clench of his fingers, the golden world shattered. Lin Feng used his supernatural power to lift the altar. His divine sense gently swept across the altar. Sensing the information that was constantly circulating in the altar, Lin Feng's eyes flickered slightly, and a look of understanding flashed in his eyes. He looked at the altar. The secret technique ritual was not over yet, and the information was not complete. But Lin Feng still stopped the secret technique ritual and sent Zhou Yunsong's divine soul back to his physical body. Yang Qing appeared beside him and took over Zhou Yunsong. Lin Feng's gaze fell down again, monk immovable, and the other three did not struggle or resist. They sat calmly where they were. It would have been fine if their real bodies were here, but the difference in cultivation between their 4 doppelgangers and Lin Feng was too great. Even if they wanted to use Zhou Yunsong as a hostage to threaten him, they would only be asking to be humiliated. Buddhist light suddenly lit up on monk Bukong Cheng's body. A Buddha's Dharma body appeared above his head, holding a pair of vajras in his right hand and a bell in his left. The throne was carried by a long-horned sangsang bird. The Buddha's Dharma body burned rapidly, but it was not to cast the Buddhist self-sacrificing mystic technique, nirvana soaring or nirvana samsara. Instead, it was to sacrifice this doppelganger like the great Saint Feng Tian had done previously and let Golden Cicada's real body descend. Lin Feng had a faint smile on his face, but he did not stop him. It was obvious that he was waiting for Golden Cicada to come. In the bright Buddhist light, a handsome young monk in gray could be vaguely seen. It was Golden Cicada's real body. His soft sigh rang out in the air. Monk Bukong Cheng looked at Lin Feng and also let out a soft sigh. Amidst the sigh, the Buddhist light suddenly dissipated, and the burning of Bukong Cheng's Dharma body was forcibly stopped. Seeing this, Lin Feng said slowly, "Master, didn't you want me to come to Infinite Wilderness? You even prepared a grand ceremony to welcome me. If that's the case, why are you unwilling to meet me now that I've invited you?" Monk immovable, Monk Wuliang Guang, and Monk Bukong Cheng did not speak. Only Monk Baosheng smiled and said, "Master of the Celestial Sect of Wonders, you're too polite. I invited your grand disciple as a guest, but it's a little abrupt and impolite. Now that you're here, I'm naturally ashamed to meet you." Lin Feng smiled. "You're such a shameless old man. But since you've planned for so long, isn't it a pity to waste it?" After saying that, he turned around and reached out to grab the radiant path that was meandering forward in the void behind him and pulled hard. The entire void shook. Lin Feng grabbed the radiant path as if he was grabbing a rope. With a tug, it seemed like a world was being pulled closer to him. Chapter 907. Lin Feng pulled with his hand, and the path made of light in the void was forcibly pulled like a tangible rope. At the end of the path, there seemed to be an extremely heavy object being pulled together. That kind of heaviness was hard to describe in words, hard to compare with specific things, and hard to calculate with quantitative units. It was as if a world was being dragged. With Lin Feng dragging it, Monk Baosheng and the other Golden Cicada's 4 doppelgangers looked solemn at the same time. In the Ing Sea, I didn't think he had such magical powers. No wonder he could level Shu Mountain and break the fairy heaven sword. I thought it was strange before, but now it seems that it is understandable. Even Juyen, the great saint, looked at Lin Feng with even more solemn eyes. He took a deep breath and said, "Hiss, fortunately, I didn't fight him to the end. Otherwise, I would have been thrown down from the void." At the end of the path, a cold snort came. "Golden Cicada, if he wants to fight, then let's have a good fight." In the void, a dim black light suddenly appeared. It was like a world, and there was an extremely pungent smell coming from it, making people want to vomit. Even Lin Feng had such a smell before when he came into contact with the Blood River True Water. However, the water in the Blood River that he had come into contact with before was relatively limited, unlike the world in front of him, where the whole world was pungent with a pungent smell. Zhu Yan looked over and suddenly frowned slightly. "It's the Dark Marsh Realm, where Xiang Lu lives." What was pulled over by Lin Feng through the path of light was impressively a dimensional world. In this medium-class world, living beings were in misery and desolation. As far as the eye could see, there were pitch-black swamps everywhere. There were no signs of life. Above the pitch-black swamps, there was a black fog that was extremely pungent. To Lin Feng and Zhu Yan, the great saint, the black fog only smelled fishy and unpleasant. In fact, it was a poisonous fog that contained the absolute poisons of heaven and earth. Those with slightly weaker cultivation would immediately be poisoned to death upon contact with the black fog. Even human cultivators who had cultivated nascent divinities or demon race great sages who had cultivated undying demon souls had to be careful. If they were not careful, their nascent divinities and demon souls would be destroyed. On the surface of the black swamp, there was a huge snake with a human face and a snake body. It looked somewhat similar to the nine-headed fierce beast sage. However, the nine-headed fierce beast sage's 9 heads were all snake heads, while the 9 faces of this strange snake were no different from human faces. However, these 9 faces were icy cold and malicious, and they seemed to be extremely vicious and terrifying. All of them opened their mouths and spat out dense poisonous mist and sticky black liquid. This demon was precisely the great sage Xianglu. He occupied a dimensional world and transformed it into a boundless kingdom of swamps. It was filled with highly toxic swamps, and other living beings were completely unable to live here. Lin Feng looked at Xianglu with interest, and at the same time, he also sensed the dark swamp world through that shining path. Tisk tsk. No wonder this guy is hated by everyone. Even the other demon races can't tolerate him. He can only leave the infinite wasteland continent in disgrace and look for another place to live. This is what it means to leave nothing behind wherever he goes. Lin Feng's divine sense swept across, and he already knew that the dark swamp world occupied by the great sage Xianglu was actually extremely barren of spiritual qi. It had become a completely barren land, and even the power of boundaries had become a little thin. It must be the result of the great sage Xianglu's erosion year after year. However, the current fragility of the dark swamp world was a little abnormal, as if its foundation had been damaged. Lin Feng carefully sized up the great sage Xianglu and understood, I see, this guy has gone through tribulation. The great sage Xianglu in front of him did not show any signs of decline and was at his peak state. However, just like the great sage Zhu Yan beside Lin Feng, he was also at the level of going through tribulation. However, he had probably just started going through tribulation and had not gone through more than 2 degeneration tribulations. His divine powers and dermic powers could not be compared to the great sage Zhu Yan, but what was more unique was that the great sage Xianglu had temporarily refined the dark swamp world, so his strength could not be underestimated. However, after Lin Feng's gaze swept across him, and after getting a clear look at him, his attention no longer lingered on him, but turned to a figure in the void beside the great sage Xianglu. It was a handsome young monk dressed in gray, and he was smiling at Lin Feng. Who else could it be but Golden Cicada? Silently, he stepped on the void and stood among the layers of black fog. There was no Buddhist light protecting him, and no waves of demonic power, but he completely ignored the poisonous fog that covered the entire dark swamp world. Crouching beside Golden Cicada was a white tiger. Its eyes flashed with a cold and demonic light, devoid of any emotion. Faint light flashed all over its body like a metallic luster, but also like the starlight in the sky. It was mysterious and unpredictable, but also gave off a chilling feeling that made people tremble. Although it was not as easy as Golden Cicada, this demon was not afraid of the great sage Xianglu's poisonous fog at all. Seeing this tiger demon, Lin Feng and Zhu Yan were a little surprised. It's a pure-blooded white tiger. Sure, Tianhao, Wang Lin, Yang Qing, and the others also looked over in surprise. Even Suanda, who had been numb the whole time, and Abysmal Sage, who looked dejected, were attracted by the tiger demon's appearance. The appearance of this tiger demon was even more shocking than that of Fong Kong, who had run away, because compared to Fong Kong, white tigers were even rarer. Although there were mixed-blood descendants like the Gunmetal Tiger clan, pure-blooded white tigers had always been passed down only one bloodline. This contained both bloodline inheritance and power inheritance. In every generation, be it male or female, there was only one child. After mating with another demon race, no matter what race the target was, they would give birth to a pure-blooded white tiger cub. After that, they would only have mixed-blooded offspring. Only when the parents were alive and the children were dead could the previous generation give birth to another pure-blooded child. But after this pure-blooded child, they could only have mixed-blood descendants. Such characteristics also included the equally famous Vermilion Bird clan and Black Tortoise clan. However, the situation was different for the Azure Dragon clan, which was also known as the Primordial Heavenly Dragon clan. Legend had it that when a white tiger roared, stars would fall. Pure-blooded white tigers were born with powerful demonic powers and magical powers. Generally speaking, such demons who were born with powerful strength would find it difficult to advance in their cultivation in the future. The higher their starting point, the more difficult it would be to advance. They had to endure until they formed an indestructible demon soul before they could be on par with other demons. Tunton of the Tautai clan was in such a situation. He was born as an initial demon king, but it was extremely difficult for him to cultivate. However, the White Tiger clan was different. It was as if they were blessed by the heavens and were favored by the heavens. Not only were they born with powerful strength, they didn't find it difficult to advance, like Tunton. They could cultivate however they wanted, and were even faster than other demons. In the long Archean epic, there was a period when the White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise clans were second only to the Primordial Heavenly Dragon clan. They were stronger than the Primordial Demonic Ape clan, the Fire Beast Fengwu clan, and the Thunder Beast Ongpa clan. However, the problem of the pure-blooded lineage had always troubled these three clans. As a result, the pure-blooded white tigers, vermilion birds, and black tortoises had always been few in numbers and unable to prosper for long. The pure-blooded black tortoises had even gone extinct towards the end of the Archean epic. The pure-blooded white tigers had also not appeared in the infinite wasteland for a very long time. Even Lin Feng was a little interested when he saw them suddenly appear here. In the same realm, without any special treasures or fortuitous encounters, the White Tiger was one of the strongest demon clans in terms of actual combat. Lin Feng glanced at the White Tiger Great Sage and found that he was also at the first tribulation stage. However, like Zhu Yan, he was not far from completing the first tribulation and was only 1 or 2 degeneration tribulations away. Zhu Yan looked at the White Tiger with a solemn expression. Although they hadn't actually fought, the tiger's name was like the tree's shadow. Given that they were both at the same level, Zhu Yan was afraid that he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage against the White Tiger Great Sage. The White Tiger Great Sage looked at Lin Feng with a cold look in his eyes. He stared back at Lin Feng and didn't back down at all. He was the one who urged Golden Cicada to fight Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at Golden Cicada with interest and asked, "Are these the helpers you've roped in?" Golden Cicada smiled, faintly. "Benefactor Lin, you kicked down the Shu Mountain gate, cut the immortal heaven sword, and even made the void temple not dare to rashly start a war. With such strength, this poor monk naturally needs to find some friends to help." While Jiuying and Feng Kong are already at the astral soul integration realm, they're still able to spar with your disciples. If you are asking them to share my burden, then that would be too much for them. After Lin Feng returned to the universe, be it the Battle of Yujing Mountain, the Battle of Mount Shu, or the capture of Zhou after coming to Infinite Wasteland, defeating Zhu Yan in a battle of sorcery, and forcing back the Blue Sky Dragon King with a single sword strike, Golden Cicada was clear that those who could intervene in the battle between him and Lin Feng had to be at least at the beginning of the tribulation stage. But such demons were also limited in the Infinite Wasteland. Golden Cicada had paid a huge price to get White Tiger Great Sage and Shangliu Great Sage to help him. Even so, according to Golden Cicada's estimation, he still wasn't very confident of defeating Lin Feng. Although after the Battle of Mount Shu, Lin Feng had sealed the sky-crushing sword with the Bell of Creation and the Sky Punishment Sword formation in front of everyone, his Yujing Mountain and the Yin and Yang Life and Death Array were still there. Yujing Mountain was hidden in the void turbulence, and no one knew its specific location. If it had remained in the Kunlun Mountains in the Divine Land, it wouldn't be able to come at any time. But if it had followed Lin Feng to the Infinite Wasteland, it could come at any time. Although Lin Feng's head was empty at the moment, who knew if Yujing Mountain was right beside him? Moreover, even if Yujing Mountain had remained in the Divine Land, Lin Feng could have unsealed the Sky Punishment Sword in a life-and-death situation. That was why Golden Cicada had purposely set up a diversion, using Shangliu Great Sage's Black Marsh Realm to set up an ambush in the void. He hadn't expected Lin Feng to see through it, and now the ambush had turned into a head-on fight. Lin Feng sized Golden Cicada up, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint smile. He thought to himself, I don't intend to use the Sky Punishment Sword, and Yujing Mountain has also remained in the Divine Land. But you, Golden Cicada, definitely don't know about these things. If you want to go against me and make a plan, you have to take all of this into account. But the lineup in front of you is too weak even for an ambush. Do you have other preparations? Chapter 908. Golden Cicada looked at Zhu Yan and said with a smile, Jury, long time no see. Zhu Yan grinned and said, Golden Cicada, you're the one hiding from your old friends, aren't you? Golden Cicada laughed and said, Do you want to fight me with Benefactor Lin? But Benefactor Lin is much stronger than you. I'm afraid you won't get much by cooperating with him. Zhu Yan Great Sage didn't get angry. He rolled his eyes, glanced at White Tiger Great Sage and Xiang Lu Great Sage, and said, I can't do anything about it. I can't be compared to these two. I have many sons in my family. If you want your children and grandchildren to fill their stomachs, I'm afraid it won't be enough with just a little from your fingers. I have to take a risk. That being said, both Lin Feng and Golden Cicada knew that if the two sides really fought, Zhu Yan would most likely sit on the sidelines and reap the benefits in the end. Golden Cicada shook his head and said, Although I can sacrifice myself, I can't fill the bottomless pit of greed. White Tiger Great Sage didn't look at Zhu Yan. His eyes were fixed on Lin Feng. He was really like a tiger eyeing its prey. Xiang Lu Great Sage was also a little restless. On the contrary, Golden Cicada looked at Lin Feng and shook his head. Don't be impatient, both of you. It's not the time yet. Kunlun Dragon King has given up on Taihua Mountain and is coming here. Slowly, we'll wait for him to arrive. White Tiger Sage and Xiang Lu Sage frowned at the same time. But since Golden Cicada was not going to make a move, neither would they. Golden Cicada coughed softly, and the radiant path connecting the dark marsh realm and the vast thousand worlds twisted as if it would break at any time. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and said, Why are you in a hurry to leave now? He clenched the radiant path tightly. Layers of talisman patterns shone in the void along with the colorful light, adding to the radiant path and making it more condensed. The colorful halos of the Mystic Gate's heavenly escape technique extended along the road and landed on the Black Marsh realm. firmly locking it in place. At the same time, the hazy and illusory celestial polarity cosmic light also spread to the Black Marsh realm, causing the time of that dimensional realm to come to a complete standstill. The poisonous mist floating in the air was like a solid statue. The roiling black swamp also became as hard as the earth. The next moment, Lin Feng pulled his palm backward forcefully, as if he was really pulling a rope, and was about to drag the entire dark marsh realm from the void into the boundless universe. When White Tiger Great Sage and Xiang Lu Great Sage saw this, their expressions turned grave. It was only now that they realized how terrifying Lin Feng's divine ability and magic power were. Seeing this, Golden Cicada sighed softly and said, "This was originally a setup for the battle against the Master of the Mystic Gate, but now it seems that it can only be used to escape." Golden Cicada had the help of White Tiger Great Sage and Xiang Lu Great Sage, so he did not lose the confidence to fight Lin Feng. However, considering the existence of Yujing Mountain and the heaven-punishing sword, Golden Cicada did not intend to continue fighting with Lin Feng before he was sure of himself. Having made his decision, Golden Cicada hesitated no more. When he opened and closed his eyes, golden light flashed. In the void above his head, the vague shadow of a huge autumn cicada appeared. It was faintly discernible, and it was extremely huge. Xiang Lu Great Sage, who seemed to stretch across the dark marsh realm, had a huge snake body, but it was not even as big as the autumn cicada. The deafening sound of cicadas filled the sky, bringing with it an atmosphere of decay. The 9 faces of Xiang Lu Great Sage, who was beside Golden Cicada, opened their mouths and let out a shrill cry. The dark marsh realm suddenly shook. If one looked at this dimensional realm from the outside, it would look like a giant black egg. But now, the surface of this giant black egg was constantly bulging like bubbles. At the same time, there were also giant pits. The entire surface of this black egg was uneven and constantly fluctuating. As Golden Cicada's cicada cry sounded, Lin Feng did not have much of a reaction. But Zhu Yan Great Sage, who was beside him, suddenly changed his expression. He looked around because he suddenly felt that as the ancestral land of his primordial demonic ape clan, the spirit Abyss Mountain, was shaking slightly. It was not the 9 Serenities Peak that was occupied by the ghost monkeys of the 9 Serenities, nor the 9 Serenities Peak and the minor mountains of his Zhuyan demonic ape clan, but the entire spirit Abyss Mountain was shaking. Lin Feng's gaze swept across the shaking spirit Abyss Mountain below, and he thought to himself, did Golden Cicada secretly hide some kind of treasure from Jihuang Xinyuan? And that's why he could trigger the changes in spirit Abyss Mountain. But this feeling is not that he has taken control of Spirit Abyss Mountain, nor has he activated the power of the ancestral land of the ape clan. He is just borrowing part of the power of the ancestral land to do something. Even so, it is really amazing, but it should only be triggered when the current leader of the ape clan, the Great Sage, is not in Spirit Abyss Mountain. With the Great Sage at the main peak of Spirit Abyss Mountain, Golden Cicada could not succeed. Lin Feng glanced at Zhu Yan Great Sage. I'm afraid that with Zhu Yan at the main peak of Spirit Abyss Mountain, Golden Cicada would not be able to act rashly. But now he has succeeded. After all, no one knew that he had such a hidden trick. As he was thinking, Lin Feng saw the appearance of the Black Marsh realm in front of him gradually change. The desolate world that was originally densely covered in poisonous fog and black water actually gradually emitted a bright Buddhist light, covering the entire medium-sized world. In the bright Buddha's light, the black swamp and the rolling black fog disappeared. Instead, many Buddhas, bodhisattvas, arhats, Jedis, and samanis were sitting in a golden pure land, chanting scriptures together. The chanting of Buddhist scriptures resounded throughout the heavens. In the center of that pure land that seemed to be filled with infinite auspiciousness and joy, there seemed to be a great Buddha, whose dermic powers reached the heavens and the earth. Between his fingers, there seemed to be countless kingdoms of gods and Buddhas coexisting, going to paradise together. At the same time, in the vast thousand worlds where Lin Feng and Zhu Yan Great Sage were, a large amount of demonic qi soared into the sky, forming a huge domain space. For a moment, Lin Feng and the others and Spirit Abyss Mountain seemed to have left infinite wilderness and were in an independent world. In this independent world, a large amount of demonic qi turned into huge demon monkeys, roaring at the sky in unison, emitting a sense of lawlessness. And this world was connected to the pure land of Buddhist light that the Black Marsh realm had transformed into. At this moment, the peaceful and joyful pure land of Buddhism seemed to merge with the world of Spirit Abyss Mountain, where demonic qi soared into the sky, turning into a strange and distorted world. Half of it was the chanting of Buddhist scriptures, and the other half was the roar of tens of thousands of demons. And this fusion immediately produced a mysterious power, trapping Lin Feng and Zhu Yan Great Sage within it. In the pure land of Buddhism, Golden Cicada sat cross-legged with a seal, looking solemn and dignified, looking at Lin Feng calmly. The 9 Nether 10 Directions double manifestation realm. This was the preparation that Golden Cicada had made to ambush Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was equally indifferent. He did not mind the sudden activation of the 9 Nether 10 Directions double manifestation realm, as his divine consciousness swept out. Although he did not fully understand its mysteries, at least he had a general understanding of its effects after activation. So that's how it is. If I had set foot on that path and headed for the Black Marsh realm, Golden Cicada would have activated the secret method the moment I entered the Black Marsh realm and passed through the domain passage. In this way, I would have been locked between the 2 realms by him. In this case, my mysterious heavenly escape would have been restricted, and I would have been unable to avoid the Dharma-ending catastrophe. At the same time, the domain boundaries of space would be completely blurred and chaotic, and it would also take time for Yujing Mountain and the sky-crushing sword to break through. This old cicada is quite wise. He is not confident that he can defeat me with his divine sense and Dharma power, so he forced me to endure the Dharma-ending catastrophe. After all, that is his greatest strength, and also the method of competition with the highest chance of winning. Not to mention the experts in the Dharma-ending realm who can defeat him in this aspect. There are only a few who can be compared to him. After understanding Golden Cicada's arrangement, Lin Feng's expression was still leisurely. He looked up and down, carefully savoring the mystery of the 9 Nether 10 Directions double manifestation realm. But if I use it now, I won't be able to achieve the desired effect. At best, I can only use the power of the distortion of the 2 realms to break free from my restraints and escape. Sure enough, under the distortion of the 2 realms, the path of light in Lin Feng's hand suddenly cracked inch by inch, looking like it was about to disintegrate. Only then did Great Sage Zhu Yan rush directly to the main peak of spiritual Abyss Mountain without saying a word. Lin Feng stood where he was and watched the scene. He did not continue to use any means to stop it. Instead, his attention was focused on the demon realm that spiritual Abyss Mountain had transformed into. The monk could run, but the temple could not. He still had the clues to find Golden Cicada. The ape tribe was prepared, and it would not be so easy for Golden Cicada to use this method again. Moreover, he had interrupted Golden Cicada's secret ritual and cut off the connection between Golden Cicada's true self and his Dharma doppelganger with the Dharma boundary barrier. Therefore, he got a lot of information, but Golden Cicada did not. The old cicada had plotted for so many years. No matter how cautious he was, he would take the initiative to show up for these things. However, Lin Feng was quite interested in the strange changes in spiritual Abyss Mountain. After all, there would be no more opportunities like this. The great sage and great sage Zhu Yin would certainly not be happy with anyone studying the ape tribe's ancestral land. After this incident, the great sage would be even more afraid of Golden Cicada. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. He opened his palm and grabbed something in the void. Strange streams of light fell into his palm. At this moment, the 9 Nether 10 Directions realm of 2 aspects collapsed, completely destroying Lin Feng's restraint on the Black Marsh realm. The 2 aspects realms separated together. The Buddhist light and Sanskrit sounds dimmed and disappeared, revealing the Black Marsh realm's original appearance and escaping into the void, and spiritual Abyss Mountain returned to the boundless world. However, the moment the 2 aspects realms collapsed, a beam of light passed through the void from spiritual Abyss Mountain and fell into the Black Marsh realm. In Golden Cicada's hand, a small disc could be seen. Benefactor Lin, we will meet again if fate allows it. Golden Cicada's voice also disappeared into the void. Lin Feng looked at the Black Marsh realm and the disc in Golden Cicada's hand. He chuckled. We will meet whenever we want. Why do we need fate? It won't be long before we meet again. At the same time that Lin Feng and Golden Cicada faced off, outside a lush spirit mountain far away from spiritual Abyss Mountain, the void split open. A giant pig burning with blue-purple demonic flames rushed out. Before it went up the mountain, the fire pig howled at the spirit mountain, eldest senior brother, bad news. Master and 3rd junior brother have been captured by the humans. Chapter 909. This spirit mountain was far away from the primordial demonic ape's ancestral land, the spirit Abyss Mountain. It was isolated in the sea, but it was filled with spiritual chi. It was an extremely wonderful paradise. However, this paradise was faintly discernible above the sea. Ordinary people would not be able to detect it, and it was somewhat similar to the scenery in the Ying Sea. Great Sage Tianfeng had obtained a treasure from the owner of this place, and he was familiar with the way, which was why he could find this place. He rushed out of the void and ran towards the spirit mountain. Oh no, oh no! Eldest senior brother, Master has been captured by the humans. Coming to this mountain, he did not dare to be presumptuous. The blue-purple demonic fire on his body disappeared, and his body shrank rapidly. From a body that was bigger than the spirit mountain, he became the size of an ordinary elephant. As he was shouting, he heard a very lazy voice coming from the spirit mountain. The voice interrupted him impatiently. Let him die. Great Sage Tianfeng opened his mouth, but did not dare to say anything else. He landed on the mountain, walked into one of the caves, and walked along the passage. Soon his eyes widened, and he saw a huge hall. The furnishings were simple and casual. In the center of the hall, there was a huge stone platform. A figure was lying on the stone platform. His back was facing Great Sage Tianfeng, and he did not get up. However, Great Sage Feng Tian's ferocious expression became much gentler as he faced this figure. He didn't even dare to speak loudly as he cautiously approached the figure and said softly, "Brother Monkey, look, he's our master after all. Master?" The figure smiled when he heard that. He finally sat up from lying on his side. He straightened his body, stretched his back, and then turned around. He looked at Great Sage Tianfeng with a faint smile on his hairy face. He was not big, and he looked about the height of an ordinary adult human male. However, he was not in his human form. This was also a demon monkey. However, compared to apes like the Zhuyin demonic ape, the ghost monkey of the 9 Nether, and the divine monkey with 6 horns, he looked more like an ordinary monkey. Being stared at by the monkey, Great Sage Feng Tian became even more careful. He got down on all fours and actually bent his back. There was a smile on his ferocious-looking face. The monkey looked at great sage Tianfeng and grinned. Dummy, you should know that from the moment that old fool tricked me into wearing this thing, our master-disciple relationship was over. He raised a furry claw and pulled at his scalp, revealing a golden hoop. Seeing this, great sage Feng Tian also grinned and said awkwardly, Master, this matter was indeed not handled properly. It was indeed not properly handled. Monkey waved his hand and said, So if he's captured, that's exactly what I want. It's best if he's eaten. One day when I get rid of this damn thing, the first thing I'll do is find him and settle the score. Although the monkey's tone was calm, great sage Tianfeng's massive body could not help but shiver when he heard it. At this point, the monkey looked at great sage Tianfeng with an interested expression on his furry face. He asked, You said that the human clan captured him. Who is he? That old fool is very slippery. I tried to find him a few times, but he slipped away every time. The golden hoop on his head was put on by Golden Cicada. Golden Cicada had a secret spell. Once he recited it, the monkey's demon soul and true form would be restrained together. He would be in excruciating pain and could only be manipulated by Golden Cicada without being able to resist. However, the effect of this secret spell could only be activated once within a certain period of time. Therefore, after the monkey recovered, he would fight Golden Cicada with all his might every time. Golden Cicada did not want to fight him head-on, so he would hide. Only after this period of time had passed would he let the monkey know of his whereabouts again, causing the monkey to stomp his feet in anger. However, the monkey had a stubborn and wild temper. Even though he was restrained by the band-tightening spell, he was unwilling to lower his head to Golden Cicada and was unwilling to obey orders. Although Golden Cicada could use the band-tightening spell to control him, it was difficult to kill him. Therefore, Golden Cicada usually did not come to see him. The monkey was extremely displeased, but as long as the band-tightening spell was in effect, he could not do anything to Golden Cicada. After trying a few times to no avail, he no longer had the interest to take the initiative to get tortured. Therefore, he simply ignored Golden Cicada and did not see him. The two of them seemed to have no intention of interacting with each other. Seeing that the monkey was staring at him excitedly, great sage Tianfeng hesitated for a moment and said hesitantly, Actually, it's not that Master was captured by the human clan, but that his 4 Dharma clones have most likely fallen into the hands of the Master of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. Ouch! Before he could finish speaking, the monkey had already knocked him on the head. You idiot! Your words are so inaccurate. You made me rejoice for nothing. Great sage Tianfeng felt that his head was almost smashed, but he did not dare to cry out in pain. The monkey was being careful. If he had really used force, his head would have been turned into a pile of minced meat. Brother monkey, don't be angry. I'm really here to inform you. Great sage Tianfeng snorted and said, Think about it. The opponent this time is so powerful. If Master wants to deal with him, he has no choice but to let you do it. He looked up at the monkey and said softly, I haven't used Master's band-tightening spell recently. The monkey rolled his eyes. His expression did not change at all. He was still calm, but he exuded an unyielding aura that no one could make him yield. So what? If he asks me to do it, I have to listen to him. If he has the ability, he can curse me to death. Anyway, I won't listen to him. If he can't curse me to death, I'll find trouble with him, with his opponent. Great sage Tianfeng shrunk his neck, but third junior brother has also fallen into the hands of the Master of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. The monkey's expression changed a little. He looked at great sage Tianfeng and asked, Is that true? Great sage Tianfeng nodded repeatedly. The monkey asked again, The injury on your forehead is also related to the Master of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. I was injured by the disciple of the master of the celestial sect of wonders, great sage Tianfeng, said, feeling wronged. The monkey stared at him for a while, and a faint smile appeared on his face again. This injury didn't hurt your core, although your self-healing ability is not as good as third junior brother's. Your injury should have healed after such a long time of battle. You purposely came to see me with your injuries, so that I can help you vent your anger? Great sage Tianfeng smiled and said in an ingratiating manner, Brother Monkey, I forgot. I was so anxious to see you that I forgot about the injury on my forehead. He rolled his eyes and said with righteous indignation, Brother Monkey, you don't know how arrogant those people from Xianmen Tianzong are. Even if they don't give face to Master, they have to give face to you, don't they? I've already mentioned your name, but they still injured me. Third junior brother has also been captured. The master of the celestial sect of wonders even said that he would follow Brother Monkey to find him. If you dare to go, then it'll be great. I'll capture you and old pig together. When the time comes, you and third junior brother will be paired with a table of dishes. Roasted pig, snake soup, and monkey brains. Don't you think that's infuriating? The monkey looked at great sage Tianfeng and sneered, You're lying. Keep lying. Others might not know you, but how can I not know what a fool like you is? I'm afraid that you fled before the master of the celestial sect of wonders even showed up. You slipped away before you even saw the master of the celestial sect of wonders, right? Even though great sage Tianfeng's pigskin was thick, he felt a little flustered when he heard that. His blackish-purple face turned red. Brother Monkey, where did you start saying that? The monkey scratched the back of his ear and flicked his nails. You third junior brother and fourth junior brother have all told me about the master of the celestial sect of wonders. If the rumors are true, you'll probably be captured in a few moves when you meet the master of the celestial sect of wonders. How would you have the chance to talk nonsense with him? Great sage Tianfeng snorted, Brother Monkey, but third junior brother was captured by him, and I was injured by his disciple. This is all absolutely true. I'm afraid that master can't even protect himself. We can only rely on you to get back at him. Ouch! As he spoke, the top of his head was knocked by the monkey again. The monkey said, You actually want to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. You also want the flesh and blood of that old fool, Golden Cicada, right? Great sage Tianfeng laughed awkwardly and snorted, Outsiders like White Tiger and Xiang Lu can have a share, but we don't. Master really didn't do it right. Seeing the monkey give him a sideways glance, great sage Tianfeng hurriedly added, Even if third junior brother, and I don't have full confidence in going through the tribulations, you should at least buy this for us first. Whether you can get that old fool Golden Cicada or not is your own business. I don't care. The monkey, who had been sitting, finally stood up from the stone platform at this moment. With a whoosh, he jumped off the ground and walked out of the cave in a wobbly manner. On the other hand, the master of the celestial sect of wonders has captured third junior brother. I'm going to meet him for a while and get him back. Great sage Tianfeng followed beside him and said with a smile, Brother Monkey, I really didn't lie to you about something. The master of the celestial sect of wonders is indeed arrogant. He runs amok in the divine abyss mountains and does whatever he wants. It's not that I want to say this, but those of your clan are too useless. They just let a human come and go as he pleases in their ancestral land. Great sage Zhu Yan's strength and cultivation are very high, but he follows the master of the celestial sect of wonders like a servant. He's really a disgrace to your primordial ape demon clan. The monkey walked along and laughed nonchalantly when he heard that. Those who are capable are capable. What's so surprising about that? But hearing you say that, I'm getting more and more interested in meeting him. Amidst the laughter, the monkey came out of the cave. With a tap of his foot on the spirit mountain, he somersaulted and disappeared. Great sage Tianfeng hurriedly followed. At this moment, Lin Feng stood in the void at the top of the divine Abyss Mountain range. His eyes were slightly closed as if he was resting. Beside him, Shi Tianhao, Wang Lin, Yang Qing, Li Yuanfang, Luo Qinggu, and Tunten formed a circle. In the middle of the circle, the dark green true Yin water turned into a water ball and wrapped Shou Yunsong inside. Yang Qing's expression was solemn. After a while, she breathed a sigh of relief. His mental state is just a little weak. He needs my protection for a period of time. Otherwise, he may not be able to control his burning sun body freely, and it will easily cause spontaneous combustion. Lin Feng didn't open his eyes. He had checked Zhou Yunsong's spirit when he sent it back to his physical body. His examination was even more detailed. Not only did he check Zhou Yunsong's physical condition, but he also checked to see if Golden Cicada had left any secret marks or tampered with it. In fact, there was nothing special. Instead, Lin Feng interrupted Golden Cicada's secret technique ceremony and seized his altar. He had gained quite a lot.